Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn Kitteh as the fearless lead. And Foxrew by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep. And Grey Coupe spreads it on ski. Emo's brush strokes like magic in the air to press Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Welcome to the special place. Hi.
Howdy.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey.
Thanks. Guys,
Where have you been?
I made it. Made it back. I've been all over. I've been to Hong Kong. I've been to Japan, but like Japan, 3 places in Japan, and then I went to Macau, and then I went to China. So I'm an international kitty of mystery.
You went to mainland?
This is international.
Yes, I went to Busan. It was actually really cool, but I didn't go. I went for like a basically 2 days.
So no South Korea though?
No
North?
no southern, no north. I made it up. That's so you know. Plus social credit. I did very well. Yes, this is actually from China. There you go. This is something I didn't show on stream yesterday, so I came back. So.
Did you happen to visit the China?
The China, yes.
I said the.
The China?
Yes.
No, that comes with me everywhere.
Don't
encourage
me.
China
Don't
is the
encourage
friends
me.
we made along the way.
Well, I would just like to say I missed you guys very much. I'm so happy and proud that you guys continued to think and thunk without me. Yeah, Hong Kong and Macau both in China. Listen, darling, they're territories. They belong to China-ish, but relax, they're not the same thing.
You know, Dorkus, Demo, and we set a world record or a think record for getting through a 14-minute video in just 3 hours.
Hey. It is a record, though. That's the same one that we tried to watch with J-Mag, and I think we made it like 30 seconds through my like 4-minute cut on it. So I'm just saying, you guys made it through the video. I wish I had sent you the 4-minute
the
cut.
video.
You gotta cut the crew in half, I think.
Okay, so yeah, the commentary gets cut in half. Well, guys, my video today.
Food's here.
Are you for serious? Okay.
We are for serious.
I guess Dorkus is in charge again. I'll come back.
Yay. Dorkus, you know how to steer the ship.
Hold on
I think the power has gone to his head.
No way. Couldn't possibly be the case.
Well, I thought you guys were doing awesome last week when you took over as a small crew.
Putting a crown on his own head, Napoleon style. Beautiful.
Yes. Gray, how are you?
Doing good. I mean, I've got nothing to complain about. Last week kind of sucked. It was the most expensive week of my life, and I've bought a house, so it's weird.
Congratulations.
But yeah, good times. Oh, I didn't buy the house last week. That was during the pandemic. I made a steal on that, but I replaced my furnace last Monday, and that was way more than I wanted to spend on it. And then, my wife unfortunately broke her leg on Tuesday, so that sucked. So it's been an awesome week. But other than that, things are looking up. It's bright and sunny out, or something.
You're going.
She should have performed something.
Performed.
I mean, she
something?
kind of did.
You know, when
It was one of the fastest ways of getting down the stairs anyone at her work has ever seen.
It's terrible. Break a leg.
Did she break a record? She broke a record and a leg, and we were talking about broken records. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think her record still stands. We'll see if somebody can break it one day. But
unfortunately, she can't stand.
No, well, with crutches, but
also, I see what you did there.
No.
The power went to his head. Yeah, sorry I couldn't be here, and I also took a little
Supposed.
vacation last week. But surgery,
How
good time.
dare you? So how's she doing? She okay?
She's doing awesome. She's absolutely killing it. Yeah. So I know I'd be taking this as a vacation, just taking all the pills, but apparently she's not. She's managing the pain well. So, oh yeah, way better of a person than me.
Likewise.
You're right. You are a better person than me. You're right.
Hail Dorkus. That is not even how you spell his name. Instinct.
You know that meme? This is my channel now.
This is my channel now. Listen, I'm back. I keep forgetting, but I've forgotten where my camera is. So I keep looking like up into nowhere.
Be back, but the Dorkus Regency is very entrenched, Kitteh.
Fine, I'll fight
You
him.
had the funniest comment on Kitty's latest video.
You did, Cameron. I appreciate that, but also I'm back. That's why. What do I have to put my face on this channel again? But anyway, what I was trying to say before I interrupted myself and let the chat interrupt me as well is, was saying thank you for continuing to think, and I hope you guys had fun. Is there anything you guys want to rehash?
So
I got a bone to pick with BMO from last week, but he's not here. So I don't know. He just made some claims about who's to blame for Wheel of Time, and I would like him to try and back that up a little bit.
Oh,
he is blaming the writers.
Who did he blame?
But,
who gets to claim
Yes,
credit? You mean claim credit for the great show that is Wheel of Time?
The video is about like who you can blame, and I don't know. I do have kind of questions about that. I wanted to kind of get his opinion on, like, say, the Marvel movies with that as well, because he seemed to be on board with games like, yeah, you should go after the big name in front of it, but I don't know. He seemed to be going after the writers' room with Wheel of Time, and I'm not sure that's where the mistake is. So.
Wait, so great.
But he's not parallel blaming BMO for something. He didn't literally say Wheel of Time last week.
He did. I shared.
It was really quick. It was at the 1 hour mark.
Oh, we got time code.
Share the receipts.
It was 1 hour and 4 minutes to be exact.
Also, let's talk while he's not here. We'll do it. So that's another thing. Listen, that you guys. It seemed like it was a good number, so we got rid of BMO, just because I was coming back. So
I would argue that on a case by case basis, things can change.
What,
as far as right. Like if the writers' room universally agrees, yeah, this is what we're going to do, and as a team they decide to just tank this shit. It
doesn't have to be the same for every project. Why would it be? Yeah,
I just don't think telling them their family should die on a tweet is exactly the greatest communication tool.
Listen, guys, I've got the Wheel of Time tattoos and things. So if anyone's going to be crazy enough to be like wishing death upon people, it would be me, but it's not me. Even I do not care enough to tell someone they should go die or have I'm angry at them. I don't like them. I think their stuff is shit. And yeah, I haven't watched any episodes in season 3, if you must know.
This time they go to Ruidian. You get the fun Aiel part. This is Shadow Rising now. I don't know. I got to be honest. Like, the best episode that they've done so far is in this season. It doesn't mean it's good, and it doesn't mean it holds up to the books. But,
sorry, Gray. I was about to say, okay.
That's another conversation, though. An adaptation conversation we should have at some point.
Okay. Adaptation. We could. Okay. Adaptation, and then we can use a do subsets of certain adaptations and discuss certain adaptations. Yeah.
I think so. That would be awesome.
I don't know about watching Wheel of Time now. Like, I've seen everybody's streams and stuff, and you know what? It's a painful place for me to go because it frustrates me. Like, every single time I go into like a White Cloak stream or things like that, I'm like, I sit there and I'm losing my mind. Everything. It's just rage all the time, and I'm like,
I hear you.
I'm tired of this. Actually, I'm tired of this.
And it sucks because they've got some decent actors in this thing, and they've got amazing source material, but somehow what they're choosing, I don't know. It's very strange, and I'm not sure who's to blame because, well, we'll get into this in that adaptation one. But
Where have
don't
I
know.
seen that before? Amazing
The
source
showrunner-
material, great actors, and
Yeah,
you
it's
don't
hard
do
to
anything
say.
in it.
But the
Bad.
showrunner's saying all the right things and supposedly respecting the source material and can actually like quote it, but that's not what we're seeing on screen. That being said, we got to see the glass columns and everything, and it actually was pretty book accurate, which is unlike any other thing. So it's not the worst thing. Episode 4 from season 3 is, I think, my favorite so far, but that's not saying much.
I'm scared. I'll do it. Fine, I'll do it. So that's the Wheel of Time's happening. Obviously, the whole of my algorithm today has been Snow White.
You need to
pretty funny. I
bleach your
realize that.
algo, I think.
No, but it's been all about Rachel Ziegler and who. Speaking of who's to blame, people blaming her that Snow White's yes. It's not just her. I think that's my main takeaway. Is
You
that
talk about like tax breaks. People complain about a WB pulling Batwoman, and
I was like, what? Catwoman got pulled?
deciding to not put it out just to get a tax break. I think most people would universally agree that Snow White should never have been released.
What?
No,
yeah, no. Okay.
he was responding to a comment, not your words.
The Wheel of Time reminds me of sex with my wife.
Anyways, but
I take exception
I
to
will
that.
respond to what you just said. I agree. I think that they should have written it off. No. What's worse, right, is how different it should have been an entirely different project, and it should have been a celebration of the original work. It's like arguably not even release this, even if you were going to make this project at some time, release this a different year. This is a 100-year anniversary of the original animation. They should have done something special for that, to celebrate that.
Well, I mean, don't you think they view it as a celebration of it though? Like it is.
I don't see how you could.
Similar to the same story. It's Disney's version of Snow White. I don't think they're viewing it as like a middle finger to the original. You know, like I think
they're
thought
viewing
they
it
were
as a
doing
middle finger. No, but I don't think that.
I think Rachel
this
Zegler
is a
thinks
celebrate.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Do you think that there's any way that they could have either written it off, like Charles was saying, or just like halted this, seeing as how it's become such a part of
they
culture war for the last year?
Rachel Ziegler was a warning. The dwarves thing that should have been.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, this thing's cursed. We got to cut this off.
The dwarves.
What the magical creatures?
No, I just
isn't it Dinklage's fault?
The bandit. Yeah.
No, he's not saying that.
I didn't hear what the second half was. Whose fault?
Sorry, if anything, isn't it Dinklage's fault? Like he was, so before any of us knew who Rachel Ziegler was, Dinklage was coming out saying like, this is offensive that they're hiring little people. And then that kind of started the whole dwarf controversy.
Was that before
It was one line.
the Ziegler comments?
Yes,
that
was way before.
Interesting.
It was way.
I do agree. He did some not great things, but
he pulled, like a lot of people.
Let's blame him.
Say that he pulled the ladder up behind him, like
not very tall ladder.
It should be an extra tall ladder because he's shorter.
But yeah. But what do you call it? No, I think that Charles is dead on here. There were so many signs that you should never have released this. First is
did they have to?
Like even before, like we mentioned though, the Dinklage, right? But let's say here you're just going off of fan reaction, right? Fan reaction to Ziegler, and then there's the dwarves, and then there's the bandits, right? And you should have just seen all of that and just said, now maybe we don't release this. Maybe we show this.
Charles, what do you think about like? Because okay, so how do you? It's a big. I understand what you're talking about, Foxrew. Like it. Maybe we do just solve this. What is a bigger loss? I suppose it shelving it actually is much better. It's a much better idea.
No,
like the Batwoman thing. Yeah.
Because you get to write it off. If you bury it, you get and you pretend like it never existed. It's
still a PR shit show.
Sure, but you
doesn't
get
that
tax
seem
breaks
weak
for it
in the culture war or whatever? Seeing as how they've attacked it for like a year.
I guess, but like just. But here's the thing: just let them have it. Whatever, who cares? The point is, you need to at a time when they're losing money, like was that Marvel and Star Wars are losing money hand over fist. You need to be worried about the bottom line. They should have realized before this movie was coming out that it wasn't financially viable, and they should have gone for the tax break instead of gone for the tax break instead of trying to make the best of it.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that they knew in advance to scale back their promotion and the premiere was a scaled down version, like they knew, like take your loss and eat shit, because like it's comparing to the opening of Mufasa.
I saw the film thread video just talking a little bit about Zegler, because everyone's focusing on her. I don't really care about her too much. It's although her face does irritate me, and it's weird because it's a pretty face. It irritates me. But the film thread video was going on about he was saying, oh, maybe the second weekend we'll just have the normie families coming in, the ones that don't really hear the noise. Do you think that that's a possibility, that it'll just kind of normalize?
You got a box office guy. What do you think, Charles?
I'm asking Charles.
Well, 40.
Sorry, I didn't read Sokav's thing. Yeah.
43 million. How much of that is people just going to troll on it? I don't think people are paying to shit on this movie, because like the writing's been on the wall for a while. I mean, if you go to last year, there's movies that people were championing and didn't do well at all. So like I would hope that people who are shitting on this movie didn't go the opening weekend just for
just for hate watch.
I definitely think that there were some, but there's always going to be a certain number of hate watchers for anything. Go in and watch it, but I seriously doubt that that's going to like financially boost it. That's like any kind of statistical anomaly, number. I think that more than that, it's going to be a huge drop off. It's going to be.
It's going to be worse. It's not going to
next. Yeah,
it's going to be even worse.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be 80 to 90% drop off in the second week.
Oh, I don't know about that.
There's not a ton coming out this weekend, though.
Somewhere between. That's my guess. My guess is it's going to be at least 80, if not higher.
Like, I know I want to watch it because I want to know how bad it is, but that's me.
But are you going to?
We're going to know.
The important question. I mean, it is a family film.
It's hovering at like 1.9 on IMDb or something like that.
Okay, so that was the big news thing, is like it's a record breaker now because it's got the lowest ever film score score on IMDb. It beat Dragon Ball Z as not Dragon Ball Z, but Dragon Ball as the bad movie.
Evolution.
Does it agree? So wait, who here has seen it? Because it's been a week, hasn't it?
I've seen Dragon Ball.
I have not.
No, not Dragon Ball. I mean Snow White.
Oh, yeah, I've seen Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, I had a chance to go to it on Tuesday, and I found something else to do.
What?
Exactly.
Yeah, just suddenly,
I think the thing with family films, because if there's anything that's pretty bankable, forgive the pun, is that family films do well. Because what 5-year-old gives a shit about what's going on Twitter? If she's saying,
Yeah.
"Mommy, I want to go see Snow White," they're gonna go
because they
right.
see they see like the Happy Meal or the whatever that's
Right.
because it's the kid hmm So that's what Film Threat the guy was talking about there, about the Mufasa sort of effect where everyone was talking shit about Mufasa. Mufasa's a horrible movie, but then people
It
still
did
went to go
well.
and see it.
What was it? It was a 3.6 times its production budget, so it definitely made.
But it
money.
was a shit movie apparently, and I can believe that, and I will be biased because I don't like the idea of going back to Mufasa or any of that kind of Lion King.
Yeah, worldwide usually is a bit different than America. Worldwide, it nearly doubled what the domestic was. Mufasa, at least.
So, but it's not going to be that case with Snow White.
Right. Snow White is actually lower internationally than it is domestic. It's 43 internationally and 48 domestic.
Did I see? Oh God, I took thousands of photos, but I think I might have taken a picture of a Snow White promotion thing in Japan
With stick figure letters and all that?
She was in Japan, actually. She was in Japan singing and promoting it. You know that. Ziegler.
So
Interesting.
that's kind of cool. So I think Charles has a point though. Like when you look at what's coming out this weekend, I think it's what's the Statham one? A Working Man and Death of a Unicorn. Those aren't exactly like family flicks. I don't know if there is a more kind of family thing that it's going up against in the next couple.
No,
of
there
weeks.
is. There is. There's
Which one?
Oh gosh, which
Am I blanking on it?
How to Train Your Dragon.
There's like The Chosen.
At some point.
No. There's
Can't go against Jesus.
Well, one I'm pretty sure the was it the Looney Tunes one is out.
That's fantastic.
There's also, gosh, what was it coming soon? What is it? There's Death of a
that doesn't sound like doesn't sound like a family film to me.
No, there is a family. I can't remember what it was. There was a family film that's coming out this weekend that it's got the Minecraft movie. That's it.
That's April 4th.
Shit.
April 4th.
Not this weekend.
The only other one that I can see is
weekend.
Penguin Lessons. There's like an advanced screening of that near me, but I don't know. Even that, I'm not sure.
This weekend.
Yeah, so I think they've got like one more weekend to kind of bolster their numbers. I don't know that it's going to do anything, but I think they at least have this weekend too.
Fake news. Did not happen.
Thanks.
Hello,
Welcome
J-Mac.
back.
Hey, J-Mac.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah,
As a Minecraft fan, that movie just does not exist to me. I can very much sympathize with that attitude when it comes to video game movies.
What if it's the Citizen Kane of video game movies?
It's not.
What if?
What if? Then we are blown away and we're happy that it exists and it's the most amazing surprise ever. And that's it. We eat our hats.
Or like on the flip side, like I don't know about you guys, but when the Jumanji, the first Rock one came out, I was like, no, you can't do another Jumanji. And it wasn't great, but it didn't suck either.
Yeah.
Thanks, J-Mac. That will help me get more Pikachu merch. More Pikachu merch. I actually put the Pikachu together. I need to go
I'm
and get it.
surprised we didn't get more
For your next
Monster Hunter
international trip.
merch.
Just for what? More?
I'm surprised you didn't get more Monster Hunter merch.
Yeah, I was a good girl.
I mean, she also had to drag it to like 3 countries or whatever.
That's true,
you know,
exactly. Just I'm gonna go and get the Pikachu that I'm gonna show J-Mac, but continue discussing. Have a great time. I promise I'll be back. I'm just reminding you that I move in and out of things.
Well, I don't think any of us are saying that Snow White's going to be a hit, but I think they got like one more weekend to kind of make a little bit of money, but obviously this is not the hit that Disney was looking for. It looks pretty down on a lot of their recent releases.
Yeah.
But remember the Super Mario Brothers movie? The live action one, not the recent one.
Why? Why would
Hoskin
anyone?
Oh, that was such a good one.
Yeah. Right?
And that's where you get
Underrated.
Mario. It's great.
And Luigi Mario. And Iridium.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
And a
cool.
ornament?
It
What
could
exactly
be-
is the casing around him? What exactly is the casing around the Pikachu?
It's the whole collection is called Oval Teak collection. So you have these ovals, and I've very crudely put this one together with a little bit of press stick because it's very loose. But he's supposed to be like situated nicely in here. So I think I need to twist him a bit.
Is it supposed to go atop a crown or a cane?
Yes, that would be great.
I mean,
No, you know what? I need 2 of these, and it'll be on my chair as my throne.
The throne.
So, or you put it up
that
here.
would be rather awesome.
No.
Well, I could
No,
just
it's,
wear it. Yeah. So that was just to give J-Mac crap.
No, the best Mario was Lou Albano. That was the best Mario. That was the best Mario.
I mean, he taught us so many lessons. I hear what you're saying.
Do you remember?
They also
do you
had a
remember
serial
that,
based off of that show. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because
I think you guys shared
that
that
show
with me before.
existed.
I
A lot of
didn't
people
know
forget
that was
show
a thing.
existed.
Was this brought up when we had Mario the movie? It came out. People started showing me all of that. I didn't realize that was a real thing. So that when they used it. Oh, comparing the original Snow White to the remake is like comparing Gregor Clegane powerlifting to those soy boys who need to grip a grip tool to open their Soylent drinks. Do you know what Soylent is, Jay?
I love that.
It's a meal replacement. Supposedly, it's all you need. And Soylent Green is people.
You know what? Speaking of which, I am going to be comparing that. I watched most of the original today, and it was making me smile and laugh, and I found some wokeness in it. So there you go. So I'm gonna be.
In a 100-year-old movie?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
Yeah, but women weren't allowed to have feelings back then.
But it's fine. Like, I can have them now.
Talk about not being allowed to have feelings. Oh, sorry.
Thanks,
I just had a
J-Mac.
flashback to a boxcar named Desire. Sorry.
It is a great
And
quote from Lou Albano. The
Okay, that's definitely not
wonderful
the Mario I was
that
thinking
Foxrew
of.
was talking about.
Yeah, okay, that's not the one I was thinking of. Well, what else is on? Oh, we had on the more political, less entertainment side. We had this week is also topic-wise. We've had it's still entertainment because it's Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Elon Musk versus Assassin's Creed. Discuss.
You know what is a very interesting, like, was it? Fun fact about all of that is that the interaction and likes from all of that interaction between Elon Musk, Assassin's Creed, Hassan, Grums, all of that stuff, the likes and interaction for those tweets are dwarfing the player numbers for Assassin's Creed. More people are interested in the online Twitter fight than they are the actual game.
That's pretty funny.
Well, that
Okay, that is
reply
pretty
is like just next level. I don't know
It's
shit
like
about.
watching two animals fight in a zoo for me. Like if I want to take a look at two retards arguing, I will take a look at that conversation because I have zero respect for Elon or anyone who was in the creative construction side of Assassin's Creed Shadows.
The Assassin's Creed Shadows, I mean, they gave out some sick burns.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
like it or hate them, those burns were solid.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
put more energy into the game and it being like actually decent to the fans and everyone else instead of focusing all of that energy into fighting on Twitter. But okay.
If you're Elon Musk, wouldn't you want to avoid talking about video game related things?
Oh yeah.
No,
Like-
it doesn't, because it doesn't matter. The problem is that once you have enough fans who are deranged fanatics about you, like some political figures, including Elon Musk, have, you can do very little to actually lose support. Like Trump famously said that he could shoot someone on the street and in broad daylight and not use a single voter. Although that is, I would argue, a bit of an overstatement. It describes a real effect. Like Elon Musk at this point has such a fanatical follower base who worship him as a divine being, as a descendant of God on earth, the smartest man who can do no wrong, that no matter that he can be proven to be, you know, he did a bad thing, he did a bad person, doesn't matter. He can, how can I say this? You know how killers revisit the sites of crimes afterwards? Elon can go back to a place where he metaphorically stabbed someone and never ever get critiqued for it.
For these people.
He has fortified his reputation so much that you will just have the camp of permanent Elon fans and permanent Elon haters. And it doesn't matter. They're actually doing bad things. This has very little impact because the Elon haters are always going to hate and the Elon fans are always going to worship.
Well, but as Foxrew said, it's tribalism. So as long as the tribe is a certain way, we'll see. I don't think anyone is immune from falling.
Yeah, but it didn't used to be this bad. Like, I remember when it didn't used to be this bad. I remember.
Can I ask? So I'm a little in the dark. When you're saying this bad, I saw one tweet where they kind of clapped back at him. Was there more than like one burn? Did it go on for a while? I only saw one screenshot of it.
Yeah, that was a good enough burn. Did they continue? They should not have continued.
No, I don't think they did. But Grums jumped in to the discussion. And they threw back at him about his failed game, crowdfunded game, and then he actually was like, you know what, sick. That was good. I own it. My bad. You know, what exactly did he say? But he took it on the chin essentially. I saved it just so. It was a pretty good ratio. I accept it. There you go. That's what it was.
So instead of like actual like game developers or like writers, are they just hiring like roast comedians to like do their Twitter?
Yeah, they're Wendy's. Yeah. The person who runs the Wendy's account, they recruited that person in just for this week.
There you go.
For this month of the release. That's it.
Yeah.
Like I'm okay with it being. But now did you see what J-Mac said there? He actually blocked the Assassin's Creed thing. He doesn't like that they engaged in that sort of, you know, back and forth. They engaged on a sort of individual level. I think I don't know. I just think it was funny. I think it's the internet that I don't know. Yeah, what his comment was is he said, just sell me your game. And that actually, I saw a tweet about the game designer, one of the game designers that said, sorry, real normal people are not thinking about the controversy. They're enjoying the game, but apparently the game's shit.
The game, yeah, that's just me. I would prefer if this whole Twitter, your developer should not engage in this whole Twitter thing, because first of all, it's toxic, and second of all, it's gonna have a potential of very little gain with a potential of huge loss. So it's high risk.
Is it the developer or is it the public account? Because the game account,
the game account cooked. The game account. Yeah.
But like if it's just like publicity, I don't know if that's the developer so much as they're just trying to get market.
And don't do the whole engagement with people who are like doing the culture war thing. Like just don't do it.
I don't know if it's culture war so much as, you know, Elon Musk called Hassan a sellout or a fraud or something like that. And it's in regards to their game. So
he is, but not for the reasons he gave.
Yeah.
What was the reasons he gave?
No. He was just saying he's a fraud because he was paid for.
Right.
He was paid to
Yeah.
play Assassin's Creed.
Well, no,
Like,
he's paid to promote
plenty
it.
of
I don't
huge
know.
content
I
creators.
don't know if he was paid to play it. He
That's-
was paid to promote it.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
that's just, again, the same thing. Elon not understanding the current reality of content creation. The same thing when he thought that, oh, Asmongold has editors. It must be like a newspaper and he has to
Hyper.
answer to the editors and do the content they want. He's not his own man. It's the same thing with, he saw that a big streamer gets
No.
paid to play a
Hydra,
video
though.
game and it's...
Hold on.
Hey, Davina.
Hydra. But what is it? Hassan specifically shouldn't be taking corporate sponsorships
I know,
to promote
I know.
video games.
Yes, but
Okay.
he is Jeff Bezos' little puppet socialist. So he will-
I have a question for the news people, which is because we're
Wait,
still on the general
hold on.
discussion.
Wait.
Sorry.
Raja,
No, we have to. You know what? Seeing as you were talking and you got interrupted, I think maybe that's the rule. If you get interrupted by the super chat, you have to read it. So,
All right.
okay.
Me? Yeah. I'm so sick of our online culture of dunking. It's not a substitute for a good product or policy. It serves purely for tribal catharsis. Also, get off my lawn, you damn kids. Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
So the
Wait, there's a
dunking
comic.
thing-
There's
Yeah.
a comic that
Yes.
goes to that pairs well with that comment.
Mhm.
It's presented. Just gotta
Okay.
pull it up.
Oh, it's there. Sorry, there. Thanks. We.
Mhm.
But how will this help us sell our game? Sell our game? Yes, that's so true. Yes, but sir, we owned him. Come on. It's like no.
To
but
be
how many-
fair,
how
the
many
logic
units
behind
does
it is
sell?
probably that Elon is controversial enough that owning him will earn you brownie points on the
Look,
internet.
as
I
somebody
mean,
who
look,
has-
Assassin's Creed already, Ubisoft already put all their chips in on the left, so it can only be positive for them to dunk on Elon.
do
They
you
already
not-
lost. Go on.
Do you not think that some blue-haired maniac that's firebombing a bunch of Teslas finds out about a company shitting on Elon's head and maybe throws $70 at it just to cheer that thing on?
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Yes,
think that,
actually.
I think that it does.
A
What is
little
it?
bit,
Like
yeah.
there is
A little bit.
that kind of interaction does happen.
I think
just
that
don't know
happens a
if
lot.
it is.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: at the same time that happens, you have some MAGA person who is unaware of the controversy, and then they see this and they're like, "Oh, I'm not going to buy it." Right? So, who knows exactly how that all shakes out? How many people are encouraged to buy versus how many people are discouraged to buy based off of this whole thing? But just like JMac was saying, focus on the games and not on Twitter, not on the culture.
Did the Elden Ring account dunk on people and engaged in politics on Twitter? No, it was still an absolutely amazing game and it sold a huge amount of copies. So that's just my philosophy. It's just, I don't think this whole dabbling in Twitter and engaging in the Twitter culture of dunking on people is worth it for a game company. That's just
Okay, who wants to explain ratioing to Captain, my Captain Sokar?
Since you can't dislike on Twitter, it's all about the ratio.
Yeah, no, so
ratio meaning the like to comment ratio. So if it's got like 2
If it's got
likes
more-
but 50,000 comments,
Yes,
Yeah,
then you-
it means Twitter got the flames. There is no down dude. And just like on YouTube, if you down do on YouTube, if you down do it doesn't show. So we have a similar thing, unless you have the show dislikes extension on YouTube, which is pretty accurate. from what I
So
know.
specifically, as was kind of stated or implied, but not stated, is that if you have more comments than likes, then it's demonstrating. It is a tacit kind of understanding that the people in the comment section do not like the comment, right?
Yes,
So,
yeah.
So
on average,
on average, this is the engagement.
And
Most people will
they
like.
dislike it so much that they go in.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got a bunch of people commenting on a tweet, but not liking it, because usually what you'll have is that anybody who likes it and wants to comment will like first and then comment.
Yeah.
Or even if they do it in reverse order, they do it, basically at the same time. So, and then not everybody who likes it will leave a comment, but certainly if you don't like it, but you feel compelled to comment, then the point is that you'll end up with this metric, this ratio metric, where bunch of comments but fewer likes, right? And the point is to determine whether or not it is a popular or unpopular opinion that is being expressed.
I'm using the gray definition from now on.
Which is? Sorry.
Not just another nickname for Horatio. It should just be that.
You got ratioed. If I had the name Horatio, I would definitely be using that as a catchphrase. But I don't know. It is kind of interesting. So you are mentioning like this isn't the way to market a game. I think you're right, but I don't know. I was in charge of a pretty big company's Twitter for a while, and it's just because I was unfortunately MSK is saying stuff. So MSK for $2. Is Kitteh my dad also is Gray a black man?
I'm not your dad.
Come from?
No.
Thanks, MSK. We appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know.
Does you look like your dad? How did that even come to your mind?
I think he doesn't know. That's kind of the problem.
So
at least
you
that's
will
the
take
MSK
anyone, absolutely anyone, to be your dad.
Yes.
Please
he's looking.
be daddy.
That means he's immune to your dad, like any jokes targeting father figures, because he will just get excited that you may be his father figure.
No.
Like his immunity, I was with your mom last night joke, because he will get excited. Oh, are you my dad?
And
We'll be
thank
like,
you, Lord
"Yay."
Cameron. Quite the compliment. Yeah. So I don't know. So I used to work for this company. I was doing like so they started up a chat department, and then they gave us social media as well. We never met with marketing once on like how to market this company or anything like that. We were just supposed to cover their Twitter via customer service, but we would get tagged in a whole bunch of things, and then we're supposed to respond, and they want us to be playful and fun.
Like Wendy's.
They never told us the incentive is to actually like sell the product though. So I don't know. I'm not sure if that's exactly the point of this. It's kind of more to get people talking, to get people to have their eyes on this. And look, we're a fun company.
Being in like the zeitgeist of pop culture and things. Yeah, like people know McDonald's arches, but maybe some people don't eat McDonald's. But like, it's having that like
brand awareness.
Recognition. Yeah.
I mean, I as someone who had to report on those sort of things, it was like, well, at least you're getting exposure. But really, you can't. Eventually, it comes down to the shareholders speaking to the shareholders. The shareholder will say it will be this meeting where it goes. But how will this sell our game? Not even how will this sell our game. It's how many units did this cause us to get? And that they try and ask you that these days because digital marketing can tell you absolutely everything. So
yeah.
Yeah, and perhaps that's why the company that I used to work for, well, I mean, I guess they didn't go under. They got bought out by a much bigger company. But perhaps that's why they're not around and they're not known for their amazing social media or whatever. They didn't have a team on it. Instead, they hired essentially like kids right out of high school to run their social media. And I don't know. You got mixed results.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think that, well, speaking of the game specifically, one of the things that wasn't known, and I have no clue as to when it was added, whether it was designed to be this way from the ground up, or whether they added it in once they were worried about financial troubles. But it has a really aggressive Assassin's Creed Shadows has a really aggressive in-game like a shop where they
Fucking hate that.
where they have people, or was it you can buy maps, you can buy resources, you can buy all kinds of stuff that normally you would earn in game.
So
right?
they give you
And
money
they
to
actually
not play the game. Very nice.
yeah you're
That
basically
means
yeah
you purposefully made gaming made
match.
playing the game bad and the mechanics frustrating to engage with, just so you could sell the ability to not engage with the mechanics.
exactly.
It's completely counterintuitive to the very fundamentals of game design, which are all about the principle of an enjoyable core gameplay loop. You sacrifice the very soul of game design to get more money. Sincerely, fuck you.
Yeah, so again, I don't know if this was added in more or less last minute. Maybe this is even one of the reasons why the game was delayed.
Could that be a reason why they replied to Elon Musk like that, considering he paid to have a better experience?
Yeah, I don't know. It could have been it could have been related to it, but it's not in the Twitter thread, so no one brought it up. But it is a part of the game. It is part of the, what was it? There's this one, oh gosh, I forget the guy's name, but he's a kind of a famous game reviewer, and he was playing through the game. He was on his like second stream, and he was wondering about how long he was going to play until he found like how aggressive the shop was. And then he played for about 10 minutes more and then dropped it and hasn't come back. And it's incredibly frustrating that games, especially in a single player game, right? Arguably a free-to-play online game, this sort of thing kind of makes sense, in that you want to have a way to monetize and to get people in that are low effort and they can try it out, spend a few dollars and drop out, or get the whales who will drop loads of cash for
just to try it.
whatever, kind of stuff.
Isn't that what they're doing though?
No. But this is a single player game, right? So they're compromising an individual experience, right? Just to get as much money out of people as possible, because they know that.
So you wouldn't milk a whale in a single player experience?
You wouldn't get stream boo?
You could, but I would argue that it is.
You would argue that it.
I would argue that it is what is it? It's
the boats are on the march again. Watch out,
I know
it's someone needs to slap
just
them.
horrible. It's what is it? It's the grossest aspects of capitalism is to exploit your player base for money.
Yes.
Mm.
But with that said, wait, what? Go on.
No, I mean that's more or less it. I just there's all kinds of like what is it? Culture war aspects to this game. There's a cultural outrage from Japan on a variety of levels. They had
Daisy revealing my landscape with her fucking tail.
Daisy sabotage.
They had
docs via Daisy.
They had a controversy such as like using China. Okay. So China and Japan can have some similar aspects to them, right? Like there's kanji, there's basic architecture, there's the dragons and such. And so they're going to be similar, but they are different. It's like they have diverged, and the ways that they're different are important to the countries themselves. So
Did I do that by mistake, or did Dorkus put that up?
I was going to make a banner to transition for our next topic, and then I saw that, and I was like, Gray did say that, and everyone should
That
remember.
does remind me. Dorkus has a point.
So just like there's all kinds of just cultural, I'll just sum it up that that there are some culturally offensive things that Japan has brought up to the game, but I think that the aggressive marketing strategy that they have, with the in-game marketing strategy that they have, it's because they know that they know that the game isn't going to sell well. So they're trying to extract as much money from players that do play it. And this also plays into another financial strategy that they have, which is they have their own not rental service. It's kind of like that though, where you pay a subscription fee to Ubisoft directly, and then you get to play their games. You have unlimited access to their games.
Subscription model, woo!
Yeah. So
sparkles.
Hey. So I'm sure that one of the reasons for this aggressive in-game shop is also to try to extract as much out of the players who play via they want to jump in,
okay,
and whatnot. Yeah.
Foxrew, you were you did say you might not be able to stay very long, but actually you are one of the key prominent, key people for what we're discussing today, I would say, for our main thing. So that was our general discussion, our general catch up.
Yeah.
If there's anything anything general,
the rest of the day.
Okay. If there's anything general anybody wants to do,
Hydra's the one that has to go.
Yeah, Hydra. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any general comments about the general discussion and the main topic, children versus children and parenthood, and anything? Any comments about that just before you go? Throw a grenade and run. You know what I'm saying?
I've always thrown a grenade before I run. But no. Apologies, coughing. Have I muted in time? I don't know. Which one should I begin with?
I'm a Sparkle.
Maybe Sparkles. I don't believe I'm qualified to speak on parenting and raising children at all. I also believe that if I ever tried that, I would also be too unqualified to do it successfully. But from what I've seen from people, is that a lot of people very easily assume that it's going to be just something they do. Like, I'm just going to have children because that's my duty, or that's what everyone does, or that's what humans do, or I want a family, etc. And they assume it with the same level of nonchalant non-caringness as, one day I'll grow up and I'll probably have a job, or maybe I'll get a car, or I'll move to somewhere else and get a new house. No. Just because the financial investment is on the level of, like, I don't know, buying a new house, even more, usually, over time. Someone's stealing the show again. Look at those beautiful whiskers.
The camera's in a new spot, so she has access to it directly.
She's like, what is this? This wasn't here before.
Yeah, you guys got love from Daisy, guys. That was just love from Daisy. It's exactly how you get love from her. This is my child. So basically, the topic for today is to
quickly
continue.
finish up the thought
Mm.
is I think that they are not ready for how much they need to put in and sacrifice and what they are beginning to, what journey they begin. Like you are choosing to create a human from nothing and build them up all the way to adulthood. That is not something that the average person is capable of doing well, or something that you should just assume nonchalantly. You need to very carefully think about this. Make sure that you are ready for it. Don't just read a book on motherhood and say, okay, yeah, I'm going to have children, because you need to very carefully ready yourself for this. Make sure you are super sure and you are ready, capable, and willing to be able to raise your children well, and to be able to be there for them whenever they need you through the whole journey. Because so many people don't think ahead or think, oh, we'll just solve that when we get to it, and they are not ready for the difficulties of parenting. It's something that I've seen through my entire life all around me, that I always see and again, and I can't help but feel that the world would be a lot better place if everyone's parents were able to give them a good childhood and raise them up healthily, which is something that often doesn't happen because people don't realize what they're getting into. That's just my 2 cents on the topic, is that I don't think choosing to become a parent is taken seriously enough currently in society.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. We'll see. We'll hold that up as we continue with the topic ourselves, as we go into the deep dive now. Foxrew, I don't know, your mouth is moving. So I don't know if
my mouth is here. Let me turn down the sensitivity. Or turn up the sensitivity.
No, I'm just asking to check if you want it to be saying something, because
no.
Yeah. Okay. So look, what we're talking about, just in terms of the whole topic. Hydra, are you on your way out? Do you want to say goodbye now?
I have like 10 minutes left. I'll just leave very soon.
Okay. Just shout when you're on. Okay, so so you could have just actually gone to the main question with us anyway.
I know, but I wanted to get all of my thoughts out ahead, because I'm like on the side, I'm doing something else right now because I have to leave in 10 minutes. So I wouldn't have been able to focus and properly get my thoughts together and say everything I want. So that's why in a nutshell, my condensed thoughts, I gave them to you ahead, because I was
So I want us to. We will talk mostly about the personal preferences of whether we want to have children and things like that. That's how I want us to start off the discussion, is see where everyone's at with the idea of having children, being a parent, and at the same time, I also want to know about your your experience with parenting as a child. So what were your parents like? If you're comfortable with talking about that. So the personal opener, I'll start with mine, which is, okay, so do I have kids? No, guys, I don't have kids. I've got a Daisy and an Axel. And panelists, what I would like you to tell me is, if you don't have kids, are you planning on having them? Why or why not? So for me, I don't want to have children. It's just not a thing that I want to do. It's literally, I don't have this drive to have a child, to leave a legacy. I don't have that. I don't have this motherly instinct because I can see it in some people, that they, not even motherly instinct, just parental instinct, that they just want to, they feel like this is something they need in their lives. I don't have that. I just don't have it. And I have, I'm selfish. Also, I don't think, no, but seriously, I feel like I'm actually a bit deficient as a human, in that I don't, I'm more interested in the psychology of children and things like that than having my own and raising my own and creating my own, this person and loving them. I'm more interested in looking at other people and their children and seeing, how does that work? And that sort of thing. I'm more interested in that than having my own children. It's such a complex, I think maybe I resonate a lot with Hydra's thing there, that it's such a huge, complex undertaking that I don't think, I'm like, that challenge, not for me. Not for me. Yeah, I was just lucky enough to find a partner that also didn't want children.
Preach.
Yeah. So I think that's all the credit. Yeah, if I'm planning to, why not? Charles, you can continue. Yeah.
It's just more of the same, actually. Actually, on top of being self-centered and there's some form of gene pool responsibility, knowing how I've dealt with things personally. I don't want to risk a child of mine going through what I went through with parents that were not ready to have a child, and it kind of sucked being a child of divorce very, very, very early, and just having parents fight over things that like no kid should really experience. Like that shit sucks, and I don't know how much of that I would pass on, even if it like unconsciously doing that. I don't want to risk it. And on top of that, financially speaking, I just can't afford it right now. It's I don't know. I think,
how do you gauge those? How big? You said financially, so that genetic thing sounds like it's a big, deep reasoning. Which one? What's the weighting of those two reasonings?
Oh, the mental health aspect is way heavier. As a child that should have been put up for adoption, I can certainly have an understanding for finances because my parents had no business, trying it, giving it the good old college try. But yeah, I think mental capacity and able to handle the responsibility is much more an important factor. And I don't trust myself not drinking soda for a week, which is causing me clear problems. Being responsible for a whole other human being that you have to make sure that, they're like safety is a big deal. Reminding yourself to feed them 3 times a day. Like, I can't handle a dog. I'm certainly as hell not going to be able to handle a child for at least 18 years.
Well, have you considered one of those timed feeding units?
It works out really well.
I hear what you're saying. But I feel like with a lot of people, they worry a lot, and kids have a way of like bringing out the best in you. So I feel like,
keep that in mind.
Sometimes.
I don't doubt it.
No, I'm saying on average. I'm not. There's loads of people who have, what do you call it? There's loads of people who have negative experiences, right? And one could argue that, like, I don't know, if hindsight, right? If you weren't worried about, like, what is it, the mental question of like going back and doing it again, and then, okay, sorry. So the going back and doing it again, but choosing not to have kids, like a lot of people, like parents can't engage that because like they love their kids and like, they can't separate like the hypothetical from the reality. So that would be like saying, I wish my kids would never look at it, and you just can't, right?
Yeah.
But
so Foxrew, before, like, you're relating to Charles here, which obviously we want to do, but let's go to you yourself, just you, okay?
Just me.
And so, do you have kids? Yes.
I have 2 boys.
You have 2 boys. Did you plan to have them? Tell us about being a parent.
Okay. So,
if you're comfortable.
I planned to have the first one, although not at the time. He was a surprise. Now, realistically, it's like, well, of course, because but it wasn't like we were planning to have it. It wasn't like we were planning not to, though, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
he showed up, and
Mm.
then what is it? The second one, he beat out, was it 3 or 4 different types of simultaneous birth control?
What? So that terrifies me. Oh
Yeah, including one of the things that happened was I had a vasectomy.
no! No, stop it.
Yeah. So it was inside the window where I was still fertile. The doctor called me a medical miracle.
Oh
He
gosh.
said, like, when they examined my sample, like a month after, they're like, is this, like, did you borrow this sample from your neighbor who has 8 kids? They're like, I was apparently super fertile during that time.
Okay.
But here's the thing. And then my wife was breastfeeding. She was taking birth control anyway. And yeah, I don't know, he's still beat out. Like, breastfeeding is a natural type. The reason why I mentioned that is breastfeeding is a natural type of birth control.
Okay.
And he beat the odds. There was, I want to say there was a 4th thing, but I can't remember quite. But yeah, and I don't know. He's great though. They will, what is that? They fought a lot as kids though, and they're a joy in just their own unique ways. William though, try your patience at nearly every corner, at every chance. But they have like some of the most like adorable. Breastfeeding is birth control. So okay, I don't fully understand the science behind it exactly, but people without even practicing birth control, when they do breastfeeding, they will naturally have a kid once every 2 years. Like it coincides with the waning off of the like.
So what? The child breastfeeding hormones. Theo's a daddy.
Exactly. Yeah. So
he knows things.
Even with the breastfeeding hormones, they like depress something. I don't know. Anyways, the point is that for some reason the breastfeeding, if you are breastfeeding, it acts as a kind of like natural birth control.
Charles says. Okay, so you're very happy parent, and what was, so you expected to have children? It was just, you were like, that's what's going to happen in my life, and sure, the way it happened was surprising for the second one, and everything like that. But it's like you knew you were gonna be a father in your life. That was kind of a given. What was that? Do you think that was there any influence, do you think, from the way you were parented? Because there's lots of people that will say they want to become a father because they want to be a better father than the one they had, or they had such a good father they want to be a good, and like that they use their parents as a model, and that's why. When I started off, I didn't mention my parents. I had very good upbringing. My parents are not the reason I don't want children. I am the reason I don't want children. It's not like I had this dysfunctional family that I was like, okay, you know what, this is, sure. I've learned the wrong things here. My sister has children. She's living a full life and all of that. My parents were hoping I was going to have children. And so for you, what influence were your parents on you?
So for me, I don't know, I had a lot of good and bad had a lot of good and bad modeling. I think that like my parents my dad worked a lot, but when he was there, he was present. My mom was like, she's very into like her crafts and arts and such. And so like she was around, but she wasn't like interactive, but she also wasn't toxic either.
Okay.
And I don't know, it just like there was something about growing up. I always wanted kids. I have 3 siblings, 2 older sisters, 1 younger brother, and they all have kids.
Okay.
Right. So I mean, it's just something that I don't know. It was just like a natural expectation. Like it wasn't stated. It wasn't pressured. Nobody like said, "Hey, go have kids," or you know. But it was
You
just
better. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was just.
But you said one is a sister. Was there pressure on your sister?
2.
It's just 2 sisters. Yeah. So the sisters, was there the extra pressure on them, or was it just? Do you think it was even?
Well, it was. I don't think so. Gosh, no, my older sister got away with murder. And like the like both of them, but for different reasons. And yeah, no, it's I don't even know. So, but the one that was closest to me, she was unlucky in love. It's at least now she's married to a great guy, and they have kids together, so that's great for her. It is weird though. She married a guy with my same name. I felt like that was a bit odd. But
did he look like
does
you?
she call him something
No.
different? Does she call him like Drew or like
Andy?
Andy. Okay.
Yeah, but he's like he's vegan and yeah. Right.
Exactly, Foxrew.
Yeah. So he, what is it? He very much he's into sports, and they like aren't interested in media at all, and just they're all about sports. And so it's
good
like
question.
completely different lifestyle. And he was like he's in a band or like a
he's a hippie. He's a modern day hippie.
Yeah, vegan hippie, you know.
What? So Kav asks, what was the motivation for having children, Mr. Fox? Like, it seems like, yeah. What was? Did you have a motivation for it, or just like was this instinct that okay, we're gonna have children anyway?
It was never not. I mean, I guess like I don't know. I've always wanted kids, like since grade school.
Did you ever think kids is a choice?
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely I could have had because my siblings had kids, so I mean, I could have gotten a vasectomy early and been like, maybe I fall in love, maybe I don't, but either way, I'm not going to have kids. I could have done that, but
you wanted them. You just wanted them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but isn't?
Yeah, great. You know the way that I say I just don't want them. I think it's a good enough. I understand if you just want them, then my answer of I just don't want them must be good enough. I would say.
Yeah.
But there's no responsibility in not wanting them. Wanting them, there's a ton of responsibility that comes with it. I want a Lamborghini, but I can't afford it. They're ridiculous to keep up with. Saying I want something doesn't give you the right to just do it.
True.
Well,
Keep that
here's the
note
thing,
in mind,
here's the
guys.
thing.
Hold on. Keep that note in mind. I want us to. We still need to do our general go through. I know that. So, okay, questions
yeah.
have come up here.
I mean,
yeah.
but
Dorkus,
going
you wanna
down
go?
Charles's recent comment, though, like,
Dorkus
Do we
eating
want-
his microphone.
do we want to? Wait, what happened? Is it?
Yeah, you're all right now.
Yeah, you're cool.
I'm all right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we really want to go down like the China one-child policy
Oh,
road
no,
where
no,
we
no.
start dictating?
No, I'm just saying, like, wanting kids for some personal reason and not factoring that this is a responsibility. Like, this
You
isn't
gotta
just
understand it.
it's not
Yeah.
not an accessory that looks good with you. Like,
Oh,
there's a lot.
It's not a
But then we
puppy.
go. But then
No,
we
wait,
go
wait,
down the
wait, wait.
idiocracy route where
Wait, hold on.
But,
smart
okay,
people
so
keep
wait,
putting
we'll
it
get
off.
to that question. We'll get to that overarching question about
Ah.
it being a responsibility, guys. Okay, so we found a theme. If we're just talking about the themes we've come across in our qualitative discussion here, we've come across the theme of responsibility and the weight
Yeah,
of
yeah.
having children. Now, just going back to Dorkus, I want Dorkus to tell us what you earlier. I saw you got your little line was I want kids. So tell us, and
I
also
didn't
just
think that
if
would
you
look
can.
good without context.
Yeah.
So I removed it pretty quickly. But yeah, I'd like to have kids. I do have a preference. I would like a son. That would be neat. Dorcas Jr. I would never name my child Dorcas Jr.
It would just be Dorcas.
DJ.
Hey, Mr. DJ. Sorry. Yeah.
And then I'll kick him out of the house at 18 when he tells me he wants to be a DJ.
Sure, as if you would.
Would he be DJ?
Yes.
He better be. He better be.
And then I don't know, my sibling does not intend to have kids. So that does put a weird family pressure on me in the sense that I'm the one who's supposed to continue the family, so to speak. And I know both of my parents want grandkids. Now that's not why I would want to have kids. I don't necessarily know that I have like a deep reason for wanting kids. I will say that as I'm starting to get older, I'm feeling increased internal pressure to get on that, which is interesting. It's not something, at 26, I'm like, I've got some time. I've got plenty of time. And as others have commented, I wasn't, in a financial position to be able to have kids at 26, and I'm older and I still don't think I'm in a financial position to, which adds to the difficulty in that. And I'm not currently seeing anyone, so that adds to that even more.
Semantics.
Well, I think we worked that out, right? There's the two different solutions we came up with. I think both are viable.
What are those?
No, is
It's just
there was
an inside joke.
No. Well, one of them is an inside joke. One of them was a real thing. Like in Japan, they'll pay you to have kids.
Oh, that's right. We did have that discussion. Yeah, I'm going to move to Japan where they will pay me to have kids. Full support.
Yeah.
10 out of 10. We'll do that. I suspect that I could be a fairly good parent. When I consider my parents, I'm certainly grateful to have grown up in a loving household. My parents didn't separate until I was an adult. It's easy to say with hindsight the things about their parenting that I wish they had done
Mhm.
differently. I don't want to go on them too hard. It's a very hard thing, I think, for a child to realize at some point in their life that their parents aren't perfect. But I would say, ideally, I would probably be a bit more strict that with my kids than my parents were with me. That, of course, that's balanced by the fact that I would say I was not an easy kid to have at all. So, that's, in my mind as I
So
say
you're
that.
overcompensating for your parents due to the way that you were.
Probably something like that.
So your poor
Interesting.
kids will be like in a regimen because you were a little dick.
Something like that. I'm
Okay.
going to chain my kid to the piano and be like, you're practicing this for an hour. I don't care.
But
I exaggerate when I say that, of course.
But
Only half an hour.
it seems like when you say like you even have a preference, you want a son, so you want to actually have that relationship. That's another. You want to experience being a father to a son as well. I think
So
what seems to happen
here's-
to people.
I've
Yeah.
heard that. What is it? Like the early, what was that? The earlier that the egg is inseminated in the cycle, the more likely it is to be a boy.
Okay.
The implantation. I don't quite get it either, but apparently
That's okay.
The
Be
statistical.
early,
We don't need to talk about how they're made, guys.
Okay, sure. I'm just saying, if you're trying to aim for one.
Penis. Charles is looking at the penis to
Charles, you have
vagina.
a song for that?
Vagina.
Penis in vagina. We just got to change it.
Well,
Like
two.
you really. The
Two and
storks are
three.
a lie. I'm so sorry, Sokav. We broke Sokav's heart, guys.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
So
Let's get to Gray. Or Dorkus, are you done? With your just general remarks.
I think that's more or less what I got. I certainly don't judge people for not wanting to have kids, but I don't necessarily consider having kids to be some moral great thing either. It just kind of is. It's a choice. It's what humans do. So
Yeah. Anyone you hate
So would you
is
just be
someone's
going with
kid.
the one boy? Sorry for Charles.
I
didn't mean to talk over you.
I imagine I wouldn't want more than 2 children, and I would want at least one of those to be a boy.
Okay.
Okay. I was just wondering,
is-
like, is
That's a
it
good question.
wrong for a kid to be like just a single kid, or I don't know? Would you be like BMO, who apparently wants an entire militia of kids? I'm not
I
sure. if
think
that's the
3
correct
would be
group term,
too.
I believe
I
it's
think
murder.
3 would be.
but-
I think 3 would be too many for me to handle.
2 is pretty great.
A
Yeah,
gaggle.
2 seems to be a great number.
This is accurate. I will
Dorkus
say
is just guaranteed 3 girls. This
Yeah.
is what my dad did. My dad wanted sons.
I will say my nerves, like I suffer from depression and a whole host of other issues that would make me a very attractive partner, I'm sure. And I have concerns about what effect on my parenting those issues might have, but presumably I would be with a partner who would be able to help and balance some of that out. So,
That shit gets transferred to the kids too.
Yeah. But yeah, you assuming that you would meet the right person that's part of the thing, is that you actually need to meet someone that you're going to raise the child with. That's quite a big deal as
Overrated.
well. But
look, I had a therapist tell me I would be a good parent once. So I take that as a win up until I remember I stopped seeing that therapist. So
Yeah, no.
Therapist
What was
called you
it?
daddy.
You'd be a good parent once, but like all the other times, maybe not.
Charles is out here preaching the end of the human race. Well, we have a video about that actually. It's not
I'm
exactly,
influencing it, not preaching it.
but Gray, you tell us.
Yeah, I guess
Do
it's
you
coming full circle. I don't know if we did this in the wrong order, but I'm basically parroting almost exactly what Kitteh and Charles have said. So I guess starting mainly with Charles's thing, like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have been raised with those people. They didn't want me. Like, I don't know. I think I was an attempt to fix a very broken relationship, and it did not work out. They wanted my brother. He feels like he has purpose, and hey, he's got kids. But I don't know. I feel really screwed up, and I think most of that stems from, I don't know. I wasn't supposed to be there. I think they got divorced like a month after I was born or something like that. So they were already like separated while my mother was pregnant. My mom has like a ton of mental issues. Well, my whole family does. Just she's the one who's dealt with them. But I don't know. So she had borderline. She was actually like diagnosed with it while I was born. She had no interest in me, and then she went through like a bunch of postpartum shit, and I don't know. She wanted no part of being around me. My dad really didn't want any part of being around me. It was weird. I would constantly get like left places, and it's like, oh yeah, I guess we need to go back for him. I don't know. It's just weird. I think I probably would have been better, as Charles said, like adopted by somebody else. But I don't know. I have my own mental problems, and I can only assume that this would be genetic. I don't know. Both sets of my grandparents are alcoholics. They both went through the war, and I think the way that they dealt with it is, not through like therapy or anything. It's through the bottle. And I don't know. I definitely have glimpses of that. And then I guess I just wanted to be somewhat self-destructive. I tried to do like the whole, I don't know, rock star lifestyle. And I know I definitely indulge way too much in everything. I have a very addictive personality. Pretty sure I'd pass that on to kids. And then while I have met like the perfect person for me, my wife is awesome. She comes from a very screwed up family as well. I don't know. Her parents are pretty religious, and I guess because of that, they got really pregnant early, and then they just decided that they have to stick together. But man, it is not a happy or pleasant relationship to kind of be around them. And I think she also was a mistake. So I don't know. All of her siblings are a lot older, and she wasn't like planned for or anything like that. And she also just kind of feels like, her parents weren't there for her and didn't actually give a shit. I think that kind of leads to our decision not to have kids. Also, I guess now we'd be in, I think anytime someone gets like over 35, isn't it like a geriatric pregnancy or some shit like that? So we'd also be in the high risk category. So I don't know. I think there's a confluence of factors, but yeah, it's not in the cards for us. That being said, I mean, if you can take care of a cat, I think you could take care of a kid. It's the same thing. You throw some kibble down, give them a water dish. But I don't know. We've got way too many animals. We have like a zoo. It gets kind of intense. It's way more labor intensive than I initially intended on. I love all the animals. I could definitely take care of them, but I can put them in a cage and I can like walk away. You can't do that with or you're not supposed to do that with a kid.
Please don't do that.
Like, yeah. And then with my wife recently having an accident, I've been doing a lot more driving, and I thought I was much more peaceful of a person than I am. But man, once you get into traffic, it's like, I don't know. Suddenly it's like, why is my voice oh, right. I was yelling in the car. So I don't know. I don't think these are good traits to like teach a kid, and I would want to make sure that kid is wanted and totally provided for. I don't know. Just last week alone has like financially rocked my world, so to speak. So I don't know. I wasn't planning to like fix an AC and a heater at the same time, and then on top of that also. Yeah, and then there were other things too. And my drain was going a little bit slow on the day that the guys were coming to fix the furnace. So I was like, let me just put some Drano down there. all of a sudden, like my entire basement is just covered in water. Somehow it like ate through the pipe or something. So I also need to get a plumber out here. So right now my kitchen sink is not the best at draining.
Fuck.
So yeah, it really sucks. So all this shit, I could just imagine then trying to pay for like school supplies or like my kids doing sports or something. I don't know. I don't know if I could provide everything I wanted to for them. And I feel like I've always chosen to be immature for my age. And I don't know. That being said, I love hanging out with my niece and nephew and all of my wife's side of family. Like they've got a ton of nieces and nephews. It's awesome to deal with them, but you know, it's kind of cool to then have my break and have my time and be able to talk to weird people on the internet.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't think I could do that and give them the attention that they truly deserve. So I don't know. I feel like it would be selfish for me to have kids, but I'm not knocking anybody that does. I think you're probably more responsible than me. I just, you know, I like to not talk to people for a minute and go do my own thing. I don't know if you can do that as a parent.
No, you can, but
Oh, well,
You
I don't think you
shouldn't.
should do that as a parent.
You shouldn't. Yeah. Yeah. You do have very little time to do that. And once the child is there, no take backs. That's not how this works.
not if you lock the door.
Mhm. I want my kids to live like the characters in A Christmas Carol. Okay, see, Puffy. Okay.
The Cratchit.
Tiny Tim?
Yeah, I suppose that they're going to come to Paffy and say, I want some more, sir. I guess that's it. Yeah. Wait till next year. It's not your year to get it. Yeah, see. So we actually just thinking about this, like when I first came across the idea of, having a child is a choice. It was actually quite a new kind of fangled idea, and I was surrounded by people that all expected to just have children, and they would be shocked when I expressed that I don't want children. The immediate thing would be, obviously because I'm a female as well, but why, like, and a lot of people try to convince you that you need to have children, as if there is a moral responsibility to do so. I suppose Foxrew touched on that with it brings out the best in you. It can. I'm not denying that, but yeah, I think this is quite a panel of, I think, finding 3 people that don't want children and also are in long-term relationships. That's quite an interesting thing. If you told me that when I was younger, that I would have found 2 males as well, that have females attached to them that have the same ideas as me, I would be quite struck by that, because I thought it was an unpopular opinion, but it actually seems like it's quite a normal thing these days to not want children. It's become way more.
It seems like between Gray and I, you have 2 males, 2 females that have very similar thinking.
Yeah,
so
and my
it's a total of 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
A big thing that I keep hearing come up is the financial element, and millennials certainly inherited a not great situation, at least here in America. I don't know about Dubai or what have you.
Dog shit in the UK.
I'm curious to see what that link is, see if there was an increase in people not wanting kids, the worse the economy gets, and so on. Those elements are in my mind on this topic.
Because clearly there is this thing of, fewer people want children. Why is that? But before we get into that, so I've got a video. Listen, it's a long video, and it's data heavy, so we can basically, the whole point of it is, why are birth rates falling? But the main thing is children and parenthood. So maybe we do need to wax philosophical a little bit more about the moral responsibility of having children, because this is something that Bimo said here. Continuing the human race is pretty much required. Sure, but we've now, as all 3 of us here that have said we don't want children, there's certain things we just don't want to pass on. We
What
want
about
to
not tainting the human race? Further?
we don't want to we don't want this
CRISPR will
whatever
solve
is
that.
It's the
Okay.
environmentalists that
Chris-
want to end the human race.
CRISPR.
yeah, CRISPR. We just edit the genes out, and it'll be fine. Just edit all the anxiety out.
I mean,
Well, I
if,
think. Oh, I was just going to say, I think that there is a diet and behavior set
Mhm.
that kind of like induces anxiety. One of the things I think that in relation to that is just how much we spend time indoors, and I think that like we need to bring back being more social, being more less. I know it's kind of ironic from somebody who is a content creator and VTuber, right? But
there is
more time being social is probably going to reduce anxiety overall in a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
There is another element that I don't think anyone's brought up yet, which is this idea of adult adolescence, which is to say people are living longer. People, I think, when you're 26, 27, 28, nowadays, you tend to still feel like a child. The idea of having a kid when you're a child is quite a thing to consider. But
sure.
It used to be that by the time you were 26 or so, you were much older, at war, older, working, had a house, that kind of thing. And it's I think much more easy to conceptualize having a kid when you feel like an adult.
For sure. I think that's a huge factor for me. I've always felt like I was in a prolonged state of adolescence. But I mean, that kind of came with the territory. I'm sure, comedy. I'm sure Charles felt like a real grown up getting on stage telling jokes. But
I might go through puberty in the next year or two, so we'll see.
People seem to say that, that your wives might just have this ticking. Have you heard of the clock? The clock's going to come. Your wife's going to start knocking on your door and be like, listen, come, we're doing the nasty. I want children right now. Because apparently this biological clock is just going to wake us up one day.
Yeah, no,
and
mine
say to us,
is the IED. That's
Yeah.
not a thing.
That's right. Gray, you did bring that topic up. Never mind. Sorry.
To answer a couple of chats things, Bimo says, like, aren't I making an assumption that I'll be tainting the next generation? No, I'm 100% saying that that's the case. So not only does alcoholism run in my family, which it's a 50-50, but I had it on both sides, so it's pretty much a 100%. Looking at my wife's side, she has at least one side of it, so it seems like it's going to be 50-50 on her side, 100% from mine. So I believe those odds would be more in favor of having an alcoholic kid. On top of that, she's got like a history of like colon cancer in her family and dementia. Mine's got really early onset dementia and then a whole bunch of random cancers as well. So much so that we have to be screened like every so often, which people our age generally don't. So we are like the high risk or whatever. So I don't think I'm making any assumptions. I think based off of what genetics are out there and our knowledge currently on it, yes, I would be tainting the gene pool further.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just don't want them. You know what? You know it, and you know it for that child's betterment. That hypothetical child, rather let better people have children. If you know what I'm saying, people that really. That's why I've just come back from a trip with better people that have children. Let them have children. I'm not going to be an evangelist and say that everybody's got to live my way. Absolutely not.
To piggyback what Gray was saying, if something were to happen where circumstances were different and somehow the situation was different, and we thought about it and decided that after a certain amount of thinking and planning, I would probably be more inclined to adopt a child rather than risk 75% of my and my wife's combined gene pool.
100%. We've had that discussion as well, and it's like, yeah, I'd be totally
biological clockwise.
Yeah.
So
and plus, I know being a child from a situation that, the parents say they want you, but their actions don't show that. I think adopting a child, like at the very least, if you ever have to have that discussion, you picked that child. That's a big thing for their self-esteem. That like, yeah, we chose you.
Yeah. And you had to pass tests and checks and
Right.
backgrounds and
Right.
a lot more than most people need to do to have children when you adopt. But this is a good question. This is so look, what SOCAV has done here is with us saying, look, part of our not wanting children, part of it, not the whole thing, is genetics. So SOCAV has taken that statement and says, does that mean don't have a child unless the child is guaranteed to lead a healthy life till death of natural causes? So it's like the child must have a perfect life. That's when you're allowed to have children. That's your standard. So he's used that to create a standard. I understand him using that, but it's not that's not the standard for. It's just not. I don't want that. It's literally that I just don't want that form. I don't want a child. That's as far as it goes. But I don't think that needs to be a standard for other people. Everyone, it's inevitable that genetics is going to take its toll. It's inevitable that psychodynamics, everything is going to take its toll on a child. There's even going to be bad seeds. There's going to be freaking Ted Bundys that come up there. There's going to be all kind of weird things happen with people. I understand. And I know that it's not perfect. But hey, in my individual capacity with my knowledge of myself, I don't want them. And I understand that it is difficult for some people to accept that, which is very strange. Because like, listen, bro, will you pay for the kids? Will you look after the child if I have it?
What's the time? Like, just I don't know. I'm selfish with my time. I want to be able to take a long shower. I don't know. Maybe that's not environmentally friendly, but
no.
Who finished the milk?
You're thinking about it all wrong. Okay, these are little workers that you get to train from the ground up.
Jesus.
Oh Christ. Yes, you get to make
I've
little
trained
clones of
before,
you.
Man.
Oh, okay. So
I don't know.
The Keebler elves, those were children.
I didn't want this to become the child-free discussion. That's why I didn't call it child-free. Because I was on that child-free, huffing that child-free stuff. I was on the Reddit, child-free Reddit and everything, where it was like, look, there's lots of people that call themselves child-free that they just hate children. It's like that's not what we're about, dude. It's literally I chose not to have children. What's my previous what's his previous question?
CPAFI basically asked if you don't want kids but your sibling does that create some sort of obligation to you in your role as aunt or uncle? And my response to that question would be something to the effect of whether or not my sibling doesn't have kids or doesn't want kids is not going to factor into my decision whether or not I want kids. Now, if my sibling doesn't want kids and I do, and then I have them and then I die, I would hope that my sibling would, this was part of his question, by the way. I would hope my sibling would accept that that's his life now.
Why is the assumption that the sibling would be the one to take care of?
Well, I mean, who else would I leave my kid to?
What if you have a friend that you trust your kids more? A godparent or something like that.
I mean, my sibling's not like a drug addict or anything, so I can't. I'd rather. I mean, I have Jews people do the godparent thing. Isn't that like strictly a Catholic thing?
No, it's not a strictly Catholic thing. Godparent, yes, was about a godparent is supposed to be your spiritual sort of parent, whatever. But a godparent is kind of like culturally is still a person that's like that has said, you know what, we'll take care of your kids.
Well, maybe they had a godparent, but Paffy added one more wrinkle to this hypothetical, and they were all at a dinner party, and that dinner party somehow slid off the edge of a cliff or something. Everyone in the social circle, anyone who would have responsibility of the kid is gone. Is it now your responsibility?
And BMO says law-wise that it has to go to the next of kin. I just want to add as an asterisk to this topic. There are a lot of interesting stories
but you have
in movies.
Yeah, well, so he's not wrong. They do look to the next of kin, but you do have the right of first refusal or something. You can say like, I can't do this, and then they go to the state.
It'd be foster kids, but if you have a will that says so and so is who to take care of the kids, like that's.
Kitty, would you raise your niece and nephew if you were the only one?
I am a godparent. I'm a godparent several times. So.
Ooh.
Yeah.
John and Kate +8 over here.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think the parents
How do you
themselves
square
would.
that?
Yeah. Okay. So I don't think the parents themselves would expect me to be the sole person that takes care of the child, that like they live with me, because the grandparents are a lot closer. Because we're talking about a child now. So grandparents and also people, aunts and uncles that have children themselves would be more suitable. But supporting the child, me being something of a permanent fixture in the child's life, is what I committed to.
Could you force people to be a community?
I'm not hearing you say yes.
Asking like,
what
if you asked like 7 people to godparent your kid? Could you force them to be a community and like share the kid on different days?
If they agree, but I think they would land up being. Yeah, you would. It will. Law-wise, children almost always go with the next of kin unless there's someone who steps in with legal papers. I haven't signed any legal papers or anything like that. These are social contracts that we're in.
Like CPS can get involved in that stuff too, where like if you're not.
Yeah, if I'm not good enough, if I'm not good enough, but that doesn't mean that I, like my godmother.
Would you adopt your niece or nephew if you were the last one present and able to care for them?
If I was the last one, yeah, probably. Yeah. And we would struggle, and those poor children, but they'd have something. They'd have me. But I feel like the best thing for most children would be to have me as an auntie or something like that, not as a mother.
So Sokov asked kind of a question, like, why did you accept being the godparent then? Like, do you think you could just like flip that switch and be a parent, or is it?
It's still different to me. I still think that there is some level of removal, especially because they're the babies. They're grown up now. They're not babies anymore, because also having them being babies is a very difficult thing. Then getting them to, I don't know, I just wouldn't be, I wouldn't replace, it's not replacing them, their parents. That's what makes me comfortable with it.
Not only that, but there are different obligations for godparents. I mean, even when parents are alive, there are active obligations typically. I mean, obviously it's whatever you want it to be, kind of thing. But typically there are obligations, as I understand it, that a godparent will do for a child, even when not
the
just
parents are still around. Yeah,
the parents are still around. They do things.
Well, there's something special about them, which is so strange. Like, I mean, my godmother moved to New Zealand when I was like 8, and I know that she is that special person to my mother, and that makes her special to me. And there's a certain special relationship with that. So that's why I'm okay with that kind of caring for a child, with that kind of, I'm still not their mother. And I would, and it would be part of a community kind of dealing with a child who's gone through a whole bunch of loss. I would step up, absolutely. But that's if something bad happened. I don't want to go and now take the chance and make that happen for myself. I don't want that. No.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'll accept the risk, but because I love my friends and I love their children and I love my niece and I love my nephew.
It's arguable
wildly, but I would not do it for myself.
It's arguable that it could be a much more difficult situation than
having your own child.
Yeah, because the kid has suffered some sort of trauma if that situation is playing out. So there's like extra responsibility on top of that.
Yeah, there is.
Kitty.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Will you adopt Charles?
Or any day. Yeah.
Stupid.
Listen, having someone adopting a verbally mature child would be a whole lot easier than having a baby.
Do you not know who I am?
That's what I'm
Have
saying.
you not heard me speak?
I mean, you use big words.
You speak, you use great words. You make me laugh. That's it. Like, but babies
That gets old.
are difficult.
Trust me,
boys.
that gets old.
No, babies are difficult. But then I guess teenagers as well. No, I don't know. It's just I don't want to make that. I like that. I really do enjoy that you've brought this up for me. But yeah, I'm willing to be supportive, and if it really does come to that, then of course I would step in. That's like somebody brought it up earlier. That's like who wouldn't just like try and save a child from drowning. You know, it just doesn't.
I would save the kid. I wouldn't raise the kid.
But that's what. Well, fine. You wouldn't raise the kid, yes, but you still would feel a responsibility somehow that this child, the stranger of a child, needs help. I need to help them. Then you've got a child that is not a stranger, a child that you've seen grow up, a child that you love, a child whose parents you love. Of course, you're going to step in if something bad happens to them. Like, so yeah, I don't want my own children, but and there's actually, what is that movie? It really resonated with me. It was where these two godparents, they didn't want children. They like really, it was the sister. Like the one is a sister.
Stepmom?
Yeah, is it stepmom?
There
was one that was stepmom, and then there was the other one with Kate Hudson and whatever, where it was like, yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Was it Kate Hudson? But yeah, but basically, it's actually quite. It's a bit of a comedy drama sort of thing, and that was actually quite cute. That it's these immature people like myself, and then they land up having to take care of like these 3 kids, and they have to deal with it, and they're not the right people. They shouldn't have had children. They wouldn't have had children, but they take it up because they love their siblings and they love their friends. That's what I would
Raising
do.
Helen?
Yeah, I think it might be that. Raising, yeah. Isn't it that? Yeah. It's this one child. Yeah, no, so there's several. So there's stepmom, the one with the 3 children, and Raising Helen is this. It's this one. It's a baby. She's a baby. She's a baby when the parents die.
Oh, that's that. Yeah. No, Raising Hope is a bit different. It's a comedy, and it's about a guy who through a one-night stand knocks up a serial killer, and she's put on death row, and then
Foxrew. Jesus.
No. So then she.
Where do you find this stuff?
So she gets what is it? So then he gets the baby, and when she is when she's no longer of this world, and so then him and his family have to take care of it, and they live, they're kind of rednecks. Yeah.
I haven't watched Adolescence, but I've seen some commentary on it. It seems like it's very much of the time. But I have a video.
Well, it seems like it's from a few years ago. But yeah, I want to see that. I haven't actually watched it yet. But I don't know if it is of the time. Hey, video. Yay.
Yeah, well, yeah. Have any closing remarks or accusations of hypocrisy or anything you would like to throw my way?
How long is this video?
Just
it's very long.
I'm looking forward to this video.
But basically the whole
I got a lot of nieces and nephews, and nobody's ever asked me to be a godparent, so I think that's a sign.
I think I might have mine revoked after this discussion, but I think also it's just that there is another godparent that has children, So that's probably the one that the child would go to, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't be expected.
I think putting
to step in.
pressure on relatives just because you're literally related is a lot. I had a Danish family that knew me for less than a year that took me in at one of my lowest points in my life, and it was difficult at times, but they are my family. I consider them my family, but they were much more understanding, and it just the fact that there was no sort of obligation to me and they took me in, I don't know. I think family is where you make it, I guess. I don't know.
Well, that's actually, yeah.
I think just saying, "Oh, we're blood, so this person has to take care of my spawn," like that's. I don't know. I don't think that's. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I don't think just because you're related means that
Yeah,
the
that doesn't
family
mean
needs to stay there.
It does mean, I do think that it creates some obligation within a family dynamic when somebody else creates a child, when somebody else has a child.
Sure.
But properly expecting somebody else to take responsibility for something that you chose to do, in principle, that doesn't make sense. In principle, it's like, okay, well, listen, I really don't. I don't necessarily have to do this. I did not choose this. But hey, shame, that's another thing. Children didn't. I heard my niece say the other day, I didn't choose to be born. Which is I used to say that to my mom as well. So it's a nice line. It's a good line to use as a teenager. It's quite a good one. I didn't choose this.
But
so
would you
you're gonna
rather
just
not
deal
have
with me.
been?
Many times I would rather not
Sometimes.
have been. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and like
But do you say that cheekily or do you mean it? Because would you really rather not have been?
Sometimes, yes.
sometimes
sorry.
truly. Sometimes truly.
The other one that's fun to use as a response is like, okay, nature and nurture. Which one made me this horrible person? I don't know. The parents love that one.
That's beautiful. I love that. Hey, Sax. Didn't see you there. Yeah, that's a great one. I can't believe I never used that. Damn it! You know what? I'm gonna use it anyway. Just when my mom calls, I'll talk about that. But yeah, we have. Let me put this. It's in low definition. Shame.
26 minutes.
We're not going to get through it. But basically, the whole point of this video is it's basically telling you guys that birth rates are plummeting worldwide. They are not just in developing countries, but in developed countries as well. So both ways you would expect. So before we start, we've covered some ideas of why we would think people aren't having children, right? We've said the financial. We are thinking about our genetics. What else can we pick up?
The adult
Could be a fact.
Adolescence thing.
Adult adolescence, yeah. So like maybe the changing of the pace of life, I suppose.
I like
Part
to
of-
sleep in.
Eugenics.
Yeah.
Eugenics.
No, part of it is
Environmentalism.
also, and I brought it up in other contexts, but I do think it is related here indirectly, is that the cost of living has gone up significantly. So people have a very, what is it? We are undermining the dating market in ways that you meet
That's
people
bingo.
at the same time. At the same time, like cost of living has gone up, and these things combined really have undermined people's ability to family plan. Even just so, most of the people, I would say, probably at least 60% of the people who are having kids are doing so recklessly.
Well, this is exactly what Paffy is saying. So the data should show if it's financial, wealthier countries would have more kids, right? A better cost of living would mean more kids, right?
That's how they have the money. They're not spending it on kids.
Exactly.
Or yeah, but it's worldwide. So it's whether what this video talks about is it gives us some nice stats. So let's go into it. Of course, tell me to pause, but it's stats heavy. I'll try. I don't think we'll get through the whole thing, but there is also a bit of ad read, so we can remove that.
Birth rates are falling around.
Okay, I can't hear it. Can you?
I did, yeah.
You heard it?
The world.
A
And
little
while this
bit.
might seem like nothing new, as it's been
It's not playing for me. Why is this mute screen audio? No, screen audio can come through to
Is
me.
it going to the proper sound export?
You know what? Let me just
Is it
put
going
my.
to your headphones?
Usually, you know what? It's probably playing through here. Just hold on. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. Scuff, cuff, cuff. Output,
Hello,
speaker.
Andrew. Foxrew.
He's not
Sorry,
answering.
yeah. No.
Ha-
Sorry, what?
Hello, Foxrew.
Yeah, no, sorry. What?
Um,
I missed it. Sorry.
Scuff. So I'm saying hi while the scuff is
hello.
being worked out. How are you?
Got it.
Keep that going.
Something that Charles had mentioned reminded me of a story. My sister was dating somebody before she met the guy she married. She was dating this one guy who already had a kid, and he treated his kid like an accessory. He barely
That's
paid
a tough
attention
one.
to the kid himself, but he always made sure that they were dressed up in name brand
Children
stuff.
should be seen and not heard.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, and took pictures and whatnot.
the case in developed.
I can hear him. Okay.
Video. Let's go.
Yeah, but that does bring up the idea that not everybody should have children. Not everybody will be a good parent. Just because they look a certain way or speak a certain way doesn't mean they're going to be a great parent.
Birth rates are falling around the world. And while this might seem like nothing new, as it's been the case in developed countries for quite some time, the number of newborns in Japan fell 5% last year, and birth rates hit record lows in England and the United States too.
Okay. We all caught up so far?
The thing that's interesting is that we're seeing declining birth rates everywhere, and the standard explanations that you've heard in the past don't really hold up. The first contraceptive pill was approved by the FDA in the United States in 1960.
Okay, so he's the standard explanations he's bringing up is, okay, if the first one he's bringing up is the pill. Okay, and then what do you think? Education, all of that. So then he goes into that.
And over the next 20 years, the average number of children born to American women halved from almost 4 to 2. The pill had a major impact on society and culture. It contributed to a sharp increase in female college attendance and graduation rates. Over that 20-year period, the number of marriages only fell slightly. The fertility rate, which is the expected number of children born per woman in her childbearing years, sits at 1.44 children per woman today in the UK and 1.64 children per woman today in the United States. The replacement fertility rate, which would keep the population steady, is 2.1 births per woman in the developed world, but it can be as high as 3.5 in undeveloped countries because of higher mortality rates.
Okay, are we working? Did you get it with the maths?
Basically, the more women entered into the workplace because they could, because of the invention of birth control.
Yeah, marriage.
To, go on. Less
Yeah,
children.
it led to less children, but it didn't lead to less marriage. That's what he's saying. It basically stayed the same. It didn't show. So it didn't have a huge effect on marriage, but it meant that there were fewer children being had. Okay, so this is in America, right? And he's talking about the replacement rate. So the replacement rate is how many children a woman needs to have for the population to just be replenished, right? So it makes sense that in a developed nation, your replacement rate doesn't need to be as high because the death rate is lower in a developed country. Making sense? And 3.5, it can be as high as 3.5 in undeveloped countries because of higher mortality rates. So in an undeveloped nation, you need everybody to have like 3.5 children to keep the population going. Otherwise, it'll run
You got a
out.
factor for the kid that you drop off due to malaria or some shit.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to have a bigger litter, you know. Then you got to keep going. So
yeah, no, I think
yeah.
it wasn't 3; it was more like 6.
What?
In certain places, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what he's talking about. So he's basically explaining how, okay, cool, the standard explanation was this, but he's just explaining birth rates are plummeting, but why?
There are a lot of reasons given for the falling birth rates in wealthy countries, most obviously increased access to contraception, but also improved education and career opportunities for women, the rising cost of living and raising children, and changing societal values and family structures.
That's quite a lot. I think that's pretty much it. Changing societal values and family structures. I think those are all factors. I think what he does eventually go into in this video actually is he basically explains the change in societal value and family structures to the point where coupling, people coming together, not happening anymore. That's
How
the
does
main
he
reason.
speak without using his bottom lip?
It's part of his shtick. He's like,
doesn't
he's
move.
properly, and he also hardly blinks. That's also part of his thing.
It's frightening.
The interesting
And he delivers his jokes like that too.
thing, though, is that birth rates are collapsing everywhere, not just in the developed world. Tunisia, Turkey, Tamil Nadu, Guatemala, and Mexico are all experiencing similar declines. According to research from my colleague Alice Evans at King's College London, Turkey has a lower birth rate than the UK does, and Mexico has a lower birth rate than the United States. When you look at the factors that can be blamed, for example, the high cost of raising and educating children, or working women marrying later, they don't apply in every country where fertility rates are declining. According to Alice, the initial drop in US fertility can be attributed to couples having fewer children. But in recent years, the major contributing factor is the decline of coupling. People are either pairing up later in life and thus having fewer children, or staying single and having no children. Other explanations that you'll likely have heard are that fertility rates are dropping because women are spending more time in education, or that fertility rates fall when women focus more on their careers than they did in the past.
Hello.
Hey, I'm out and about running the streets like a hood rat. Just wanted to pop in and say, welcome home, Kitty. Thank you, Rosales. Any comments on being a parent? Do you think everybody has to be a parent? Is it a moral
Has
good?
to.
Yes, has to. If you can reproduce, you should. Okay, if you are you are heterosexual and you are in a long-term relationship, is it your moral prerogative to go forth and populate? Because look, birth rates are plummeting worldwide, and you are contributing into it. You, Gray, you, Charles, me, I'm contributing to it.
I'm the box office guy. I don't do kids.
Well, listen, your box office is going to fail because there's going to be no kids left.
Now you get the purpose of the show.
I think that's only part of the calculation, though. Like, so just because humans are repopulating doesn't mean that the right humans are, or humans that are, not genetically supine wouldn't be the ones, repopulating. I think I'm stopping. So again, alcoholism runs in my family, cancer runs in my family, like extensively. So I forgot to bring this up earlier when people were bringing up like the diet and stuff, that could cause, I think it was you, Foxrew, who said that diet can cause anxiety. Maybe. I think for certain people, for sure. But man, I have literally tried every diet under the sun, and not just like dabbled with them. Like I did carnivore for like 8 months. I've done vegan diets. Like I've done hardcore dieting and every possible thing, and I'm still fucked up mentally. I have anxiety. I have depression. It's just my brain is broken in so many ways.
I didn't mean that to like
cheer up
individuals, but just as a kind of like as a kind of trend. I think that there are there are like there are circumstances that like pile up that lead to anxiety, and part of it
and I
is
feel
diet,
better when I eat better. For sure.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm an anxious person. I
get
get
you.
that anxiety.
And I didn't mean to prescribe that on anybody. That wasn't my intention by bringing that up. Yeah.
Oh, and I didn't mean to circle back because I'm an asshole, like just focusing on it. It just like hit me again. It's like, oh yeah, right.
By the way, yeah, well, we could also talk about the actual fertility of women. I feel like, I don't know, the need for IVF was not a thing. When my mom's when my mom's young friends were were trying to get pregnant and things like that, or maybe there was more stigma around it, so they never spoke about it. But I mean, I know a lot of people that need IVF these days. So declining, he doesn't really mention that here too much. The actual, hey,
we just go with the IED here.
Yeah, we're cool. We don't need it. We don't need the whole naturally barren thing going on.
Barren.
No, I feel like that's You don't know?
Well, I don't know. I understand that all these are a part of it, but like, I don't know. I just think choice has something to do with it too. Like, I feel like I'm doing the greater good by not having my genetic line continue. But maybe
realizing it's a choice, just realizing it's a choice I feel like that has become quite a big deal.
It's better to be wrong and wonder what if than be wrong and be like, oh shit, look what this accident is doing to the world.
This entire human being that I created,
or multiple humans. Oh, look what this harem of humans is doing to the planet.
And the thing is, I do feel like parenthood, I've heard it called a privilege, and I actually think it is. So people you're privileged, Foxrew. Check your privilege that you're a parent. It's a privilege to be a parent. You need to take that very seriously. It's the most serious thing you can do with your human life is raise another human life. So, and if you did that by choice, you fucking stick with it. That's why I don't want to do it, okay? And it's quite maddening, I will say, which is on the crusade that I was kind of on when I was like in my 20s, was let me sterilize myself, please. Because I don't want to get pregnant, please just let me not get pregnant, okay? And that was, it's not allowed. The circumcision the thing that failed for Foxrew, vasectomy. My husband can't get a vasectomy. A doctor will not want to do them unless we go to America. I suppose the Democrats would give him one, right? Just in a van. They would go around, and that was part of the thing. Like they were having like a festival, like they'd sterilize everyone. Like then I'll bring Gordon around and be like, please snip, please. But a lot of the time,
I remember that at the DNC.
Yeah, doctors won't do that because they're like, no, you're gonna regret it, and you're gonna come and try and sue me.
I know, what is it? I had to go through a long interview process in order to get this approved.
Yeah. And you had a child.
Yeah. I had one. And I put down, it's like, if I want more kids, I'm up for adoption. That's not a barrier for me at all.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, I mean, it's true. I'm not planning on doing it, but if I wanted more kids, I wouldn't mind adopting.
If you wanted more, yeah.
If I wanted more.
So Sokav asks me if you agree that when we're younger, we are young and not mature. Is the crusade a leftover piece of that time, or was that a mature part of you that manifested early? I think if I had landed up being sterilized at that point, I might have felt differently. The fact that having taken that choice away from myself so early, before I had met or before I had gotten married, because in my 20s I had met Gordon. He was the one for me in my eyes anyway. And he didn't want children either. I was very happy with the idea of being sterilized, but I understand doctors not wanting to do that to a woman at that age. But now I'm like, listen, guys, I've been married for 5 years now, and I'm gonna be 34. Can we speed this up? That it seems like even when you get to 40, they have a problem with stopping you from having children. That it's a liability thing. But I just always thought that you should be able to just sign and say, listen, I fully understand, and I'm like Foxrew said, if I really am so desperate to have children, don't worry, adoption is a thing. But yeah,
you can have your eggs and your sperm
frozen,
set to the side there and save it for later.
If that's the case, yeah, and then you have to pay storage for that. But hey, it's still cheaper than a child.
Yeah, P.O. box.
Just deep freeze. Okay, so yeah, basically we just more careers. So we got it's the woman's fault. Why flipping it over? Why are you so desperate not to have them? The urgency of sterilization. It's just I'm so scared of accidental pregnancy. That's all. I'm scared of that. But I am aware that we're not going to get onto the topic now because we're going to do a whole think on it. But
oh, hey, wait.
So, what?
Wait. So, my mom had to have her tubes untied because she got pregnant after having her tubes tied.
Kitty.
Okay.
Someone in my family has that too, but your family seems to be extra fertile, Foxrew.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
those genes are like
guaranteed
fucking they aren't guaranteed either. Yeah. I wanted I looked into it. I wanted the prop, didn't want the little crimping. I wanted the proper. Yeah.
Wow.
Sometimes
Kitty,
nature finds a way.
So if you pregnanted, would you put the kid up for adoption or would you keep it?
There's a third option.
There is a third option.
Let's not talk about that third option for the moment, please. No, we can.
Yeah,
would you take the third option?
I would consider the third option, but I don't want to be in that position. I don't want to be. A future think is what we're going to talk about, which is abortion. But I don't want to think of that possibility. That's the thing. I don't want to come to that decision, that dilemma, because I would probably not do it, and I would have the child instead. And I don't.
In which case, would you keep it or would you?
I would keep the child. No, I wouldn't adoption it. No, my mistake. I need to take care. But if I was properly not capable, then.
But is that the best way to raise a child? My mistake.
Yeah, that's true. Exactly. And with this on the internet, exactly why this person of yours should not reproduce. Please, God, don't do that. Just don't do it, please.
But don't you hear, stories of people who didn't expect or want kids to have the kid and then come to some sort of realization after the fact, that kid is the best thing that's ever happened to me?
I don't doubt that would happen to me. I don't doubt that I would be called to responsibility. But I'd probably still have postpartum depression anyway. But
what about if that works one way, that like people who tell the story of this completely changed me, and I didn't want the cat, but now I can't get enough of this cat or kid or whatever. Okay, well, what about my parents? Like they do not want to be parents. Shouldn't that like negate any one of those stories? I don't know. I just called my dad recently because my wife broke her leg, and it's like, okay, you did that like a decade ago. Do you happen to still have like the crutch, the walker? I think he even had a wheelchair at one point for it. And it turns out, no, he doesn't have any of that gear. But yeah, that's when he let me know that like 2 weeks ago, my grandma broke her hip. It's like, why didn't you tell me sooner than that? Like, that's not good in like someone in their 90s. That's usually
I'd have
kind of
called.
the end.
I'd have helped.
Yeah.
something along those lines. But it's like that's the kind of people that I'm raised by. Like they don't care. Like I don't know. I live 10 minutes away from the dude. I haven't seen him since like Christmas, and I think it was like 6 months before that since the last time I saw him.
Wow.
I don't know. Like just man. Yes, darling. To sum it up, my dad broke my wife's leg. It's a long story, but yeah, I don't know, man. I just think if you're gonna take those anecdotal stories of like a child really changed someone's life for the positive. There's always my story where it seems to have affected my parents very negatively.
Yeah, same thing with me with the last 4 months I was with my ex. She was talking about having kids, and it just we were pretty much done without being done. And it like
Do you know it wouldn't have saved the relationship?
that was probably the nail in the coffin. I'm like, yeah, I'm not having a kid to try to salvage a marriage.
I think that people who do that are
That would break my heart. If Gordon suddenly wanted a child, I would have to let him go. We've got the agreement.
With your new wife.
That's the agreement. Now, also, what the agreement would be, you better get that bitch pregnant very quickly. Find her and get her pregnant and have a child. Because the next chick better have a child if you're leaving me to have a child. So, sorry.
I feel threatened.
Yeah.
Clip it.
Okay. No, that's just where I'm at. It's like, but there is that agreement that if I decided I wanted a child, Gordon's like, well, you're gonna have to go and have it with someone else. Then that's not my kid.
2 minutes 59 seconds. Huh?
Would Gordon raise it? Would Gordon raise it?
That's a record.
Gina! Also, just in terms of SoCarve, it's cheaper for the man to get the sterilization, and you don't have a man doesn't have to be put under. For it.
No, they do not. No, in fact, they only give you.
Women don't need.
They only give you enough pain medication
in America,
right? No.
They're putting
this
us
is how,
down elsewhere.
Okay, they only give you enough pain medication, right? So that like it wears off really rapidly, right? And so if you need more pain medication, just tell me. I'm not going to stop working because you need to know when it kicks in and how well it kicks in. So even though you're in terrible pain, I'm going to keep going and just tell me you need a little bit more.
But they do it via, isn't it
kind
of the same thing as like dental surgery? Isn't it a giant needle?
Yes.
Yeah, that part scares me worse than the snipping. I don't know why.
You just got to put it out of your mind. Just got to like the second side was a lot easier than the first.
I have a sock.
I think even if he did do that, first of all, my skin needs. I've created a monster with my body. I need birth control actually to get my skin on track. You guys saw what happened to my skin when I went off the pill. So
yes,
yeah,
some people get prescribed birth control off label for reasons that
that's why I started it. So maybe that changed my brain, and because I started when I was 14, but I didn't want kids when I was 14 anyway.
Are you sure?
Oh God! At a Catholic school, we're taking birth control was like, oh, this horny bitch. It's like, listen, I just don't want pimples. Please.
I knew I wanted kids back when I was in grade school.
Yeah, that's okay.
No. I specifically remember I took care of all of my childhood toys in order to pass them down to my kids, and I did.
Oh, you were like, okay.
And then they ruined many of them because they didn't give a shit. But oh well.
I was very disappointed with my niece and nephew the way they were playing with my toys. I was like, that's not how you play with them. That's not the story that you have with those puppy in my pockets. I was like, you guys don't have an imagination.
But they had them. They got to use them, and
I got my uncle's toys. They were horses. Anyway, let's continue. 2 minutes 59, hey?
Past. It's often reported that people just decide to have fewer children when countries become more prosperous. But according to Alice...
Okay, what does that mean? It's often people will have fewer children when countries become more prosperous. What is that? Like, Charles, is that
sense.
People are...
You don't need as many farm hands.
Yeah, you don't need to replace
There's
That many children?
there's two factors.
Yeah.
One, it is that very very much that thing, but then also as countries become more prosperous, it's an indirect thing. It's not that the prosperity, it's the fact that healthcare improves, and so you stop losing children. So usually, it's typical that when you know you're going to be losing kids, you have more of them. Right.
Okay.
So
Yeah, you're like, let's try because little Timmy might not make it through the winter. Okay.
exactly.
Are there stats for the baby boomers here?
I don't know. I can't recall exactly where it was.
Because there's statistics that show that a family of 4 could get by in the 50s and 60s on one income.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying.
That I feel like that was responsible for an initial plummet, but now there's extra. I feel like there's just even extra with that on top. There's the culture. I feel like culture has caught up to it, to people. So people realize it's a choice. They realize, okay, whoa, it's really, it's not. People really do take like that. They're like, oh, we'll manage. Like what Hydra said. One of the first things that resonated with what Hydra is saying is like, oh, they just have kids and they're like, we'll figure it out. No, you don't just figure it out, okay? Like it's fucking expensive. And yes, a lot of the time
you can do that.
You figure it out. A lot of people do
there's
that.
There's lots of people who like they don't go on vacations. They don't have lots of extra cool stuff. They spend their time
YouTube
with their
Premium.
kids. Yeah. That kind of stuff.
How is that childhood though for that kid?
Mm.
What do you mean they have family? What do you mean they have family?
But they're skimpy.
You don't need.
Do they have a house? Do they have a yard?
Yeah, well, it depends, right? This is the thing: is that not everybody who does this method is making the correct decisions, right? But I mean, just because you don't grow up in wealth doesn't mean that that having kids was a mistake.
I'm not saying wealth, but the comfort, the fact that at one point in the U.S. a family of 4 can get by on one 40-hour work week.
I agree.
Obscene.
I hear what
That's
you're saying.
insane.
Well,
if there is as Sokov has said, there is a but. So decide to have fewer children when countries become more prosperous. But according to Alice,
the decline is most pronounced among societal groups
McDonald's.
with less education rather than more. Her data shows that coupling is not only declining in wealthy Western countries, but also in East Asia, Latin America, and most severely in the Middle East and North Africa. In Turkey and Tunisia, the fertility rate has fallen to 1.5 children per woman, which is a bigger problem than the 1.44 in the UK, as the replacement rate in the developing world is much higher than in the developed world because of higher mortality rates. In countries with different wealth, different cultures, different religiosity, and where people face very different problems, fertility has gotten very low and is continuing to fall. So why should we be concerned about this? For decades, people were worrying about overpopulation. Well, from a financial perspective, as countries face both aging and declining populations and a smaller workforce in relation to the number of retirees, it could cause all sorts of economic problems. Charles Goodhart and Manoj Pradhan wrote a book, The Great Demographic Reversal, on the economic effects of these demographic changes and how governments and policymakers have not prepared for this issue. Longtime viewers know that I often rely on my sponsor, Ground News.
So there's Ground News.
Yeah, Ground News.
Hey, congrats to him with the sponsorship. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I love Ground News. Well done.
No, wait, hold on though. I will say that I think that it is true. We are gearing. There's all sorts of compounding factors that seem to be leading us towards a severe economic and societal collapse.
I'm
globally.
scared. So we got to have children, basically.
No, not necessarily. I mean, the thing is that perhaps we should let the collapse happen and then rebuild after.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
One of the things that he does, look, he doesn't just do an ad read. He actually does mention a relevant story that he picked up for this. And it was one thing about policy. So Dorkus spoke about, are we going to do the China one-child policy? Are we going to start dictating how people are living? But they did talk about incentives. There was he talks about Ground News reporting on some sort of incentive or tax break for families and things like that. As people with differing opinions on having children, what do you think of that sort of social, those sort of policies? Anyone? Where there's incentive. Yeah,
there's tax relief for families. It's still, it's not unless you're like covering the cost outright. It's not that easy. Unless you're going to say, hey, we're going to give you $60,000 a year for a kid that probably costs you 30. then it's something to think about. But
I think you put it well, Kitteh, when you said incentive. I'm fine with incentives, making it, designed
easier
to ease the burden if you choose. But naturally, the second a government starts to tell me you have to have a kid or you're not allowed to have a certain amount of kids, then it's like, okay, now hold on. No.
Yeah.
Well,
then
I
we
do
really
what I
it
want.
is scary. Sorry for speaking over you. Please continue, Dorkus. My bad.
No, that was
okay.
Go on.
Gray first.
I was just going to say, you're right, Dorkus. That gets really scary just because of, like he mentioned, in like the 70s, there was all these kind of Malthusian overpopulation things, and we're not going to have enough crops to feed everybody, and it's going to be this global scare. But I mean, look at where we're at now. That is not an issue. Like we do have genetically modified food, which may have led to some of the issues that we're talking about. But hey, food is in abundance now. We're throwing away more than we're using, so that's not an issue. But it just, to me, it shows that governments aren't really good at seeing what the actual picture is going to be, forecasting, and then putting anything into implementation that actually stops it. But
in short,
that's why
as David said,
yeah,
social engineering.
he's much more literary than I am. Thank you, Mr. Puff.
Again, that's why I like incentives so much. Like, create opportunity. Go on, Andrew.
What if, and I admit this sounds dystopian, but what if the government, like, what is it? They had artificial means of creating life, like they could clone your sperm, kind of thing, right? Or like, what is it? Like they take your one person's sperm sample, right? Because you can like they've be able to turn a sperm into an egg so that like or they could just mix, right? So you have like alien, was that government don't, I don't know, like assigned, there you go, government assigned sex bots that collect samples and then turn those into children, and they're raised in government orphanages.
Ooh, that reminds me
of
that
a Rick and Morty episode.
Isn't there? There is a movie called Mother. There's a movie called Mother about that. The robot is basically trying to repopulate the earth. There's a certain child that she's trying to raise.
Are we trying to get like employees or?
Yeah,
that's what the government would be concerned about with, right? Is workforce and tax revenue.
I feel like if we as a society, like humanity, just runs its course, like, isn't that literally nature? Like if this all winds down to a zero sum, that's...
You want to bow to nature, sir?
Sure.
Bow out just sounds like it is like I'm like, oh, is it over yet? You can see what kind of outlook child-free people have, I suppose.
Informed decisions. The situation, according to Pradhan and Goodhart, is that birth rates began.
So here is the boom. Here are the stats with the boomers and things. So number of live births, and how it's declined. Okay. Goddard said the birth rates began their decline in Europe in the 1950s. So it's not even Twitter's fault, guys. It's not even what do you call it? It's not even a wage discrepancy.
And their decline in Europe in the 1950s and have gotten worse since then. The low birth rates combined with the extension in lifespans that we've seen in developed countries have meant a rapid decrease in the ratio of people in the labour force to people over the age of 65. This ratio has already reached levels where the fiscal sustainability of the social contract of financing healthcare and pensions has come under threat. But this ratio will continue to decline in the future.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you guys, what does this mean? Now, there are some people that are so angry with people that don't want children. It's Twitter's fault. I don't want to raise a tweeter. Yeah, well, you're going to raise one that is able to tweet literally live thoughts, okay, from their chip in their brain. But Foxrew, you do need to get going. But I just wanted to ask, as a parent, okay, you are contributing to the future of humanity, right? And one of the arguments I've heard is I should not benefit from society because I am not contributing to its continuation by having children. Have you come across that opinion? Is it your opinion? Because in which case,
I've never heard of that specifically. I think that I've heard a more generalized thing saying that parents and people who are invested in different ways, right? What people who are unemployed or people who are on government assistance or these kinds of things should have less of a say on in certain areas compared to people who are fully employed. And parents should have more say in community matters than people without children.
Yeah, wasn't it? Isn't it Adam? Isn't Adam a
why
guy
not just
that
landowners?
Hey.
And then, anyone who lives in an apartment, they don't own the land, so they don't have a say.
Well, actually,
it gets weird.
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I mean, if you wanted to make a case for, you would have to have some kind of checks and balance system for anyways, I disagree with that. I mean, you could build a system that way. I think that there's better ways of getting to the truth of matters and getting people engaged rather through other means. I disagree with that. It does exist, but I disagree. It would be a positive.
Okay, so you're not a militant parent.
No, but
a breeder is what the carefree people, the carefree child free.
Well, yeah, no, I'm definitely not that. Oh my gosh! Speaking of which, my last ex was extremely upset when she found out that I had a vasectomy. Before, this is when we were just kind of new, relatively to dating. She was extremely upset when she found out that I had a vasectomy.
I suppose it could be a deal breaker if that's what you're looking for. It makes sense.
I think it's a big enough deal breaker. It's a huge value difference. You
for sure.
What?
But yeah.
Do you care what I think? You married me.
Have a great day. Have a great day, everyone.
Bye.
Yeah, Foxrew.
Bye. We tried for 2 years and had 2 miscarriages before Cece was born. Oh, yeah. You see, that's what I'm saying. There's people. People assume just because I don't want children that I don't understand how profound somebody's want for a child would be. That I'm supposed to just not want people to have children. And then similarly, there is also this expectation. I feel like people are going to think if I don't want children, I think that if people have children, they are going to judge me for not having them. Your back says I shouldn't try. You shouldn't try. Okay, so let's continue. This is just raising the whole question of, okay, so this is a crisis, guys. How does this make us feel? Does this mean that parenthood has to happen, or are we just leaving it to the other? We're leaving it to Dorkus. Dorkus, you have to have had child
Your only
for each
hope.
of us. For each of us, yeah.
2 for each of us. Come on.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Plus one of them might die, so make it an even 7.
Actually, yeah. So just do a couple of sets of twins. Yeah, it's the quickest way of doing it.
Fail safes there.
I'll do my
According to
best,
Lam-
guys.
Thank you.
Pritchard
all we
at
ask.
the London School of Economics. If no migration occurs by 2050, Italy will have 0.88 people in the labour force for everyone
Nice.
over the age of 60.
So immigration is the future. So there you go.
Tell that to America.
Who's breeding the
Wow.
most? If you've got to import everybody, okay, just because you don't have your own, just import babies then, though. Don't import full-grown humans. Import babies.
Yeah,
child
International
trafficking.
adoption. Yeah.
Just international adoption / child trafficking. Do it.
I have a friend who was adopted from another country.
Overseas, yeah?
Yeah.
What is it? Angelina Jolie's kid? What are those? She's got a
No,
whole gaggle.
One's named Shiloh. I don't know. I just remember the name Shiloh.
She was from
remember one with an
Croatia, I wanna
M.
say.
Maddox. Who's Maddox?
Maddox. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think there was a Maddox.
I remember liking that name.
If it really gets that bad, Elon will help.
Jesus, Elon's really, yeah. Elon is.
I mean, he is
our,
doing his part.
Is our
Yeah.
Genghis Khan over here? Jesus. Like,
So
Jesus.
I do have one question. I guess we're just
Yeah.
going with the assumption that
No.
like we have the correct population or whatever that we're trying to replace this. Do
Mm.
we know that we're supposed to be this size? Like,
Yeah, maybe we should be culling ourselves.
You mean well endowed or?
yeah. Do we need all of this?
I mean,
Yeah.
more
we make it a little
people
bit more
means-
compact.
More people means bigger economy, right? More people spending, more people putting into
A
social
world-
security,
A
more
world
people.
on endless growth
buying
is
goods.
unsustainable. Endless
Yes.
growth. Is endless growth sustainable?
It never ends.
No.
Yeah, it never ends because it's
Right
just
there in the
endless
name.
growth.
Never ends. Just keep going.
Okay, go and but there's no Earth 2, except Elon's gonna make it. Don't worry.
Well,
Do you want
all
Elon
the,
to be the father of the whole
all-
generation?
all the people that want to
genetically, maybe.
procreate can go help start up on Mars and leave
Yeah,
us.
go on.
Leave us
leave us-
non-kid havers here
Yeah.
on planet Earth.
Leave us pessimists alone here. See, aren't we so horrible? Keep us away from your children. From children in themselves. Do you see? We've all proven it to you that you got. You know what?
Yeah.
You're right. You
We're
shouldn't
not
reproduce.
responsible enough to raise the next generation. You
Listen
don't
to
want
them.
them in our hands.
Yeah, there you go. And
welcome.
well done for you. Like I love good parents. Good for you guys. But I don't think I could do what you do.
All I ask is that they like name a school or a library after me. Just to, like, look, this guy went out of his way to not procreate so that we could,
Yeah. So
exist.
that we yeah.
The guy
There's a
had nothing to do
correlation.
with us continuing, and we're thankful for that.
There's a correlation between population growth and public defecation. So you know what we have to do. Okay. So
5. No economy in history has ever had dependency ratios that high. In the post-war period, when European social programs were introduced, there were 8 workers for every retiree. Pritchard
8 workers for every retiree. So if
I mean,
somebody
that'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah. Everybody. So if everybody. So as soon as one guy comes out, there's 8 that can replace him. Is that? Am I understanding that correctly? Like a
I think it's 8
retiree?
people paying for the one person who's retired.
Oh,
You're
okay.
thinking of
Okay. Yeah.
orgies.
Oh, sorry. Of course, I'm thinking of orgies. Hello.
points out that because the elderly require a lot of care, there simply won't be enough workers to do that work in the near future.
Okay, so yeah, you got to take care of your old people, but you could do what Canada does and just be like, mate.
Well,
Wait, what's going on?
I'm just throwing it out there. We've got robots that can make pizzas now. How
Nice.
far off can elderly care be? I mean, there was that movie Frank a little while ago. Technology is getting more. Those Boston Dynamics robots, you can't knock them over. If they just learn nursing functions.
Are they New York robots that know how to make pizza though? Because that's a
No. We're talking like Papa John's here.
You know what? I'm okay with that.
Nope.
Like, let the humans do the great
pass.
pizza, and then if we just need the, you know what, the I'm drunk, I need to eat something pizza.
New York.
Robots can make them.
New
New
York.
Yorkers. I'm curious about that, but also I don't want to travel all the way to fucking New York to experience that. Is it? Listen, I mean,
It is.
having
As somebody who
ramen.
did that, it's different. I'm sure your ramen experience, I don't feel like I've ever experienced true ramen, and I've been to a lot of places near me, around me, even in New York, but that pizza is something different in New York.
Yeah, and now that I'm
American, and it's
thinking,
its own thing.
yeah, now that I'm thinking about
Although
it, I'm like,
you could be one of those
damn.
Chicago maniacs who likes like soup.
Deep
Oh,
dish.
I love that. But it's more of a lasagna. But it's its own thing too. If I'm going to New York, I don't expect that thing. But you know, I don't know if you've ever had Detroit style. It is the optimum pizza delivery mechanism. But it is awesome.
What's Detroit?
The only pizza is elementary
while you
school
discuss that,
cardboard square pizza.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'm getting water, another water.
Detroit is square, just so you know.
Is that all?
It's. I think it would be like I don't know. It's kind of like the deep dish now. It's usually got like that crust layer of cheese, which is awesome.
Huh.
It's great. There's a lot of oil involved. It's greasy.
Oh,
Worth it.
okay.
Yeah. What else is
It's not that New York
regionally
thing.
good?
Fucked.
But I don't know. I love ramen.
I don't know if
love
that was
pho.
necessary.
Okay, but does pineapple belong on pizza?
Of course it does.
Yeah. I agree. It depends on what else is on there with it. Like there
Sardines.
are other toppings that
Cheetos.
don't go well with pineapple, but there are that do. So sardines, sure.
Twizzlers?
Hey, sardines are underrated as a food. They are better than tuna because there's less iron and just.
But what
as
if you're
good with
anemic?
the-
Then you should get more.
Did I
metal
say
in your
iron?
body.
I meant mercury.
What?
Oh.
What if you're a
Yeah,
thermometer?
That's not good.
What if you're a thermometer?
If you were
I'm probably
a
a thermometer now because I ate so much fish, so much salmon. In
New
Japan.
Haven.
Jealous. That fish is awesome. I live in a landlocked state, so I don't know. Any fish I get is not fresh. I guess
Oh.
there's like river trout and stuff, but you don't make sushi out of that.
Fish and chips in the UK is no fucking joke.
Yeah. I have never been to the UK, but I feel like I've had authentic fish and chips, and it puts everything
Oh,
I've
I had.
previously
yeah.
had that was fish and chips to shame.
That was my flask.
I tried. Yeah,
Galente,
they use
how's
fluoride.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out if I can find the best part of the video here. There you go.
Appears. Zhejiang, a province in China, is offering newly married couples a lump sum, but only if the bride is below the age of 25.
Okay, so Dorkus
Oh.
has to find a wife under 25
I
Would-
mean,
yes,
in
you've
China.
got a
Yes.
financial incentive now.
What if you trade in your older wife to get a newer one? Do you still get the incentive?
We can pay
As
off the
long as-
rest of the
yeah,
note,
I think
but
it works as long as it says as long as the wife is below the age of 25. I think that just it works.
The murders are going to go up.
Look, if you're under 25, Chinese, smart, ambitious, let's talk. And you want to come to America, let's talk.
You got to be
Oh
in
no,
China, though.
China, yeah,
Nope.
China's not going to pay for you.
No
Russia,
importing.
women who
Mm-mm.
dual citizenship? I'm just saying.
No, China. China
Okay,
doesn't
what
do
part of
that.
China are we
Ah,
talking
ah.
about here?
Mhm.
Greater.
I don't know. Fasan was
Okay.
pretty cool.
Eastern?
It's just China.
I can't think of
China.
a funny joke or
The-
funny way to continue the joke. So let's move
Okay,
on.
so we got
China?
Russia. Okay, so there's Russia.
have a child before they turn 25 will soon be exempt from income tax. Hungary
Whoa.
Okay.
Completely
Maybe I'm
exempt
going to
from
rethink
income
this.
tax.
Hmm.
So if you
This
have a
is my
child
child.
before you're 25, you'll be exempt
His name is
from
Loophole.
Loophole.
LEW.
So Hungary,
PAUL.
Hungary offers a similar benefit to mothers who have their first child before 30. So they up the limit in Hungary. Damn.
All right, I might have a neglected child if I lived in that environment. I got to be honest. It sounds very tempting.
Well, we already have people that use children to be on welfare in the UK and
foster kids. Well, in the US
yeah,
too.
the foster, those people that, ugh. You know what? No matter what, going back to what David said, social engineering is fucked. It's just you can try as hard as you can, but it doesn't. China doesn't even consider you a citizen, even if you marry Chinese and live there. Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
Offers a similar benefit to mothers who have their first child before 30. The reason that these incentives are being offered to young women is that women who start having children young tend to have more children over their lifetime.
Yeah, no roasties. Thanks.
You said Dorkus?
Oh, I was going to make a joke about having to pay for. Thanks, Mom. About having to pay for oxygen tanks in China, and that price offsetting the lack of income tax. It was a dig at China.
Well, by the way, there was no pollution where I was in China. It was beautiful, and
nice.
Yeah, actually I got sick when I came back here because of the air quality. So
look, I'll
show you.
Wow. So you work for China now.
As a big fan of Romance: The Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West, there are so many places in China I would love to visit.
Based on a game.
Book, some of the greatest literary works of history.
And you will create the adaptation. New topic. No. Okay. What's David Puff says his movie Genesis is literally about social engineering, how it doesn't work. Love it.
Oh yeah.
That's fiction.
We have to see this, man.
That's fiction. It still does work. Come on.
According to Alice Evans, while these baby bonuses may be well-meaning, they are putting the cart before the horse when a growing share of young people are without a partner to begin with.
That's the main one thing that I wanted us to get to. A growing number of people are without a partner to begin with. So actually, we've got, remember, look in this whole call, okay, yes, Foxrew is just a little bit older than most of us here. He's got 2 kids, so he represent that. Then we got Rosales, we got a few people with children in chat. But then there's us who kind of are in the same sort of generation who don't want children, but then you're in the same generation and you want a child, Dorkus.
But I've got no one.
But you've got no partner. So this is we're reflecting the demographics here.
I can be coerced with kid cash.
Kid cash.
Okay. Do you name your baby bonus, as this guy was saying, or do you go with loophole?
I honestly think loophole is the best. I honestly wanted to. And then you just say no, it's just a coincidence. I didn't think about that. So whatever. Also, guys, for those of you who don't watch Good Mythical Morning this week, I hope you didn't make babies, because if you
that time of year
babies,
again.
Yeah, if you make babies during this time of year, this week, your baby is likely to be born in Christmas and New Year, and that's just horrible for them, okay? Let them have their own birthday.
So it's celibacy week again.
Yes, it's celibacy week, yeah. It's celibacy week.
I always forget to mark it on my calendar.
Yeah. So I think that is a great, nice parallel that happened with our things lining up, that it's celibacy week this week. So, hey, it's okay if you want to have the kids, but we are saying, you know what, maybe don't even. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not an evangelical child-free person anymore. That was 25-year-old me who was trying to convince people not to have children, which, no, you don't need to do that.
I legitimately think there's 65 people in the private chat, just for the record.
Yeah, because of this.
Because someone likes to change their name a bunch.
Ooh.
Sorry.
I should reprimand them.
No, it's all right.
So what is the drive?
I'm posting jokes in the private chat. Nothing of sufficient quality for the rest of you in chat to see.
There, I reprimanded you. that I reprimanded you.
All
Or
right.
actually, you
Well-
you reprimanded you. Actually, you reprimanded you. Like, look, that's you. That's you.
Oh yeah.
It's you. Okay, so what's the driving factor? Why are we seeing world riding? Okay, so cool. I think we would all agree if people are going to have children, they should probably have them together.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yes.
What do you? Okay, no, seriously, we're talking parenthood now. So and
Yeah, that
declining
would be
child
ideal.
things, and so it would be ideal. I mean,
Optimal
there are
to have a
there are s-
two-parent household.
but I mean there are people that will they'll take sperm. I actually saw a joke of a guy's like looking at the price per donation for the sperm bank. Like there are single moms that are like, yeah, I'm doing this. I want to be a mom and I don't need no man because of this coupling. They don't look for the coupling part. They're like, no, I'll want the child without the.
What if?
Well, there is a clock on that, so it kind of makes
Mm.
sense. Like you could find love well into your, later years, but that whole parenting thing, if you're going to do it biologically,
Mhm.
there is a ticking clock.
Yeah. And I would say like there is still a ticking clock even with adoption, because if you are like 60 and you're adopting a baby, that's not a tenable situation, I don't think. You
Definitely not
still
ideal.
you still need to be of a certain age to parent a child and go through.
Charles,
You have
I
to have
totally
yeah.
cut you off, man. You were saying something, and I was a jerk and just steamrolled over you. Do you remember your thoughts?
But he did.
I did,
I
though.
don't remember.
I'm so
All right,
sorry.
well,
And then
I
I just jumped
apologize.
in. I helped him forget. Okay, so what's driving why are people not coupling?
So has there been a cultural, I guess, glorification of single motherhood then?
Glorification?
Yeah, because like I
Glorification,
guess.
think
stigmatization.
there was a point in media, I guess you could say, where we were inundated with stories about the difficult nobility of raising a kid on one's own.
Woke shit?
Dude,
No.
Well, this was prior
I-
to woke.
I don't think it's a myth. I think it
yeah.
is fucking a miracle that anyone can raise a child by themselves, because I have seen children have fed
yeah.
children.
You
Yeah,
talking like a
it's
Diane
a-
Keaton movie?
It's a tough.
Well, that's what I was-
It's undeniably a tough situation, and it's very
Two people.
admirable if that's the
Yeah.
position that you're in, to have the strength. It's a very laudable thing.
Mm. It's not ideal.
But I have to wonder if, but I don't necessarily think it's ideal, and I have to wonder, like if at some point the line got misconstrued between this is admirable,
Okay,
but
yeah,
between being desirable.
Yes, admirable does not have to mean something to aspire to.
Trad wives will fix that on TikTok.
True.
Well,
Fair.
can I
I
ask
make
you,
you
like,
okay.
do you think just
I can't be a trad one because I don't
shining-
want babies.
is
But
just
I'll-
shining
I'll
the
make
spotlight
him
and
a sandwich. Sorry.
I'm dying to
no,
know
please
Gray's
make him a
question.
sandwich. Everyone enjoys a sandwich. Enjoy every sandwich, as the great Warren Zevon once said. Just is it that they are glorifying single motherhood, or is it that just shining a spotlight on it could be interpreted that way? Like, I'm
That's the
really
question, man.
struggling. Aside from that Diane Keaton one, like, I can't think of any real like pop culture glorification of you must do this. This is the right thing. I think there's been certain depictions of it, and it always shows it
Look
as
who's
hard.
talking.
and-
I'm wondering if it's less
Travolta
like
was
that
there.
any. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's less that any individual movie is saying this is admirable, and more like when you've got 100 saying this is admirable, the word
Those are?
admirable then sort of passively becomes conflated with desirable.
I don't think it's something you could point to the way you can with something like 9 to 5, how that kind of
Yeah.
Hmm.
shook the female workforce in the U.S. like
For sure. That's what I was kind of struggling with coming up with an example. You mentioned that Diane Keaton one, and it's like, yeah, I can't think of too many other ones.
I
mean, you have something like Kramer versus Kramer, which is kind of the opposite, if anything.
But media aside, think about what females and males are thinking about romance these days. So even needing a life partner at all is it's even before the child. So it's actually kind of like, it's not like people saying, hey, go and get pregnant, girl. It's more like, you don't need no man.
But like on the flip side, like TLC is programming that is exclusively, look at how many people we have in our family. So it's perhaps the opposite.
Or how tiny your family is.
Not
I mean,
so the format of family as well changes. I have the phrasing for the questions, but let's see if we can get to the end of the video. I honestly have faith we can.
Are we seeing
because I skipped most of it?
A worldwide decline in coupling, political division between young men and women, and why are young people staying at home rather than meeting up with each other all at once all over the world? The last two questions there possibly gave you a hint to the answer to the question. The huge change that took place in recent years all over the world that changed how people interact with each other and changed the media they consume was the proliferation of smartphones and social media. According to Alice's research, geographical differences in the decline of coupling amongst the young broadly track mobile internet usage. John Byrne Murdoch writes in the FT that this is consistent with research showing that social media usage has driven the spread of liberal values worldwide, mostly amongst women. One of the few parts of the world where marriage rates have stayed high is South Asia. Alice writes that in South Asia, caste and kinship networks are secured through marriage, which remain vital for status and social inclusion. Young women are constantly being asked by their relatives, when are you getting married? This chart shows that not
only is mobile internet usage lower in South Asia than in the rest of the world. Okay, so mobile, so that they're less online, less terminally online, and more socially expected to couple up.
Not only is mobile internet usage lower in South Asia than in the rest of the world, but on top of that, the gap between male and female internet usage is particularly wide.
It's the females! It's always our fault! No, but yeah, I guess
women, am I right?
it is. If you expose the women to the liberalism, then they're like, oh, I can...
Whose voice
I
is
don't
that?
need no man. I don't know that it's Snow White's voice. I don't need no man. I don't need no man. She admits it. I admit it. Don't tell Ellie. She'll kill me.
According to Pew Research, 46% of American teens say that they use the internet almost constantly, up from 24% of teenagers who said the same a decade ago. Young men and women watch different content and report that they would often prefer to stay at home on social media or playing video games rather than going out and spending time with friends.
Oops.
40 years ago, Neil Postman wrote the book Amusing Ourselves to Death.
I want to go and read that. How many? Was it 4 years ago or 40? What?
The idea of spending time with friends. 40 years
ago,
Neil Postman
got to start doing pickleball.
Amusing Ourselves to Death. The idea behind the book came from a talk Postman gave on George Orwell's book, 1984. In his talk, he argued that the contemporary world in the mid-1980s was better reflected by Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, rather than by George Orwell's 1984. In Brave New World, the public were oppressed by their addiction to amusement rather than state violence.
That just made me think of WALL-E. I'm just like, them on their chairs and just they're in basically a spaceship hotel amusement park thing.
WALL-E.
Just living their life. Yeah, WALL-E.
Eve.
Addiction to amusement. Look at us. We're addicted to amusing ourselves, talking to each other. We're connecting on a human level, but we're not making babies, everybody.
I'm dependent.
I don't know why we have this false dichotomy. We don't have to choose either, a Brave New World or 1984. We can get both.
Mm-hmm. Just
do Hunger Games?
No, we do we do
Last of Us?
Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, okay. Women.
Mm-hmm. I like Red.
Postman saw television's entertainment value in the 1980s as being equivalent to the fictitious drug Soma in Brave New World, which citizens took, exchanging their rights for entertainment. At least in the 1980s, we didn't carry our televisions around with us wherever we went.
Oops.
Nice.
We didn't carry our TVs around. That is true.
I'm sometimes amazed when
See, there is his little quip joke delivery. That's
At least in the 1980s, we didn't carry our televisions around with us wherever we went. And sometimes
small little cut there. and
We
that's
you
it.
have
like-
that addiction. Like I feel naked without my phone. It's weird, but
Mhm.
anytime I like leave it somewhere, it's like, oh, this is weird. Okay.
Somebody's trying to hack me, guys, because I just got a message for like verify hub.
Uh
Try moving your
Oh,
limbs.
no.
Stream Elements, is it you?
Go
It's amazing
change
how
your
young people
password.
out with their friends, all staring at their phones rather than talking to each other, or more worried about photographing their food at a restaurant for social media than
I felt personally attacked. I actually didn't take photos of my food and everything for social media when I went to Japan. Actually, I took it for okay, I was going to try and send it to the Discord, but also I just needed to capture it for myself. I
Yeah.
tried to read Handmaid's Tale. It literally just smut. Oh, really? I'm supposed to believe that this world is something the author is criticizing because it seems like she lingers a bit too long on aspects of it. Okay, well, that's interesting. There's so many books I need to read.
enjoying it. About 10 years ago, my friend Adam Robertson was using Google to try to work out what people were trying to learn on the internet. He typed in the search term, how can I learn?
Okay, guys, I want everybody to go to Google right now and type in how can I learn and how does it autocomplete?
Didn't we all have the same thing?
Let's see.
I'm going.
How to hide a body. Interesting.
Mine is how can I learn a new dance move?
Ooh. So then we all have different ones. Charles, did you have one?
Okay, wait. That's Bing,
How to hide
guys.
a
Sorry,
body.
hold on. I need to go to Google.
Mm.
Bing?
Yeah, that's
The
Bing.
fuck?
I
Run
got
on Windows
how can I
95?
learn about AI?
Okay.
That was
how
my top
can-
one, and then Python was my second one for some reason.
Okay.
Python's
Mine-
my
sure
third.
it's about
Spanish is my
Python ever.
second.
Okay, Python is seems to be okay. So do your top 3, guys. Charles,
How can I leave a WhatsApp group?
how can I learn? You have to write learn.
Oh.
Learn. Write the word learn.
How can I learn to type faster? How can I learn Python? How can I learn about AI?
Why is
Okay.
parcel tongue so high on everyone's list? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Kit is my son. Please tell me what your suggested search is.
I got AI, Spanish, Python, and then because Charles mentioned it, I got type faster.
What, it knew that I said it?
No, I just had that up fourth.
Oh.
Noticed it. Gray, what's yours?
How can I learn about AI? How can I learn Python? How can I learn Latin? I have no idea why. Oh, my fourth one is how can I learn to sleep on my back? I don't know why.
Ooh,
Based.
I see that down below Latin as well.
Okay, wait, you guys
I-
actually let's
I
see
have
how many there are
QuickBooks
here.
for free and SQL.
Okay, wait,
Ooh,
everybody,
SQL.
we have do all of them. Tell me all of them that you've got your top. I think how many does it give you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Top 10. Charles, you had you got to type faster.
This is an invasion of privacy, I think.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Who
How can
has
I
crypto?
learn
Wait,
hiding
let's do
bodies,
bingo. Let's do bingo. Who has crypto?
I ain't
The
got
word
no
crypto.
crypto.
Okay. Who has a language?
Yes.
I've got Spanish and Spanish for free as my last two for some
Yes,
reason.
do you have
Ditto.
for free? I've got for free. I've got how can I learn AI for free? I
have-
that for free thing.
I have touch typing for free.
Ooh,
You guys need to learn how to
QuickBooks for
type.
free.
I have no typing bits in here. I've got Arabic. So how can I learn Arabic, English, trading, crypto trading, English by myself, Arabic by myself, trading for free, Russian language, AI for
Ooh.
free, forex trading. So
Climax in under 30 seconds.
Ooh,
there you go. With
Nice.
no
Huh.
touch.
With no touch.
30 seconds.
Mental climax.
That's
Okay,
like
anyway,
8 times for me.
So the whole reason I brought this up, the reason this guy brought it up is that, he said, okay, let's see what he's using Google's algorithmic search completion to make assumptions about the world. So listen to what this guy did.
Google to try to work out what people were trying to learn on the internet. He typed in the search term, "How can I learn?" and then allowed Google to autofill the rest of the question. He wanted to see
About
the
the
list
YouTube
of
channel
Google
Wikipedia.
suggested searches. The top responses were mostly languages. I did a similar check right before making this video, and the top search was, "How can I learn AI?" and then Python. But after that, a few languages.
There you go.
Okay, so we all
The
got
thing that
parts.
really shocked Adam at the time was the number 5 suggestion was, "How can I learn to love myself?" Because these suggestions
Wow, where did he get
Ooh,
that?
I didn't get that.
I didn't.
Yeah, I
did
got
any
nothing
of you,
about the
right?
self-love.
Yeah, right. And I think because of our just dispositions, having like psychology in our suggested searches, it doesn't in the top 10. It doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility that.
Okay,
How do I learn positive psychology comes in, or how do I something about
well,
self?
how come? How do I learn to sleep on my back is on mine. I gotta do that just fine. I mean, maybe not the entire night, but
Google
I don't need to
knows.
learn.
Yeah, Google knows. I don't know. Google knows something about you. Do you have a camera in your room? Or you know what? You got your phone. You got your phone.
Well, I mean, I guess technically I
yeah.
do. I mean, everyone's got their phones, right?
So basically, he's saying he used this as like a starting point for his research or whatever. That okay, how do I learn to love myself? So what does this mean about society?
are customized to the user. Adam wondered if this suggested search term was just for him, and so he texted some friends and asked them to follow the same steps. He found that while the order of suggestions shifted around a bit, almost everyone had that question in the top 5 of their suggested searches. So why did he find it so interesting? Well, all of the other search engines, he points out, were about classes and were things that you could ask a friend. But he noted the shame embedded in that search term. He was also shocked that so many people were searching it that it was being algorithmically suggested. He felt that it was a terrifying glimpse into the loneliness epidemic all around us. A recent paper in Nature magazine shows the importance of social connections, not just for
Are we over that then? Because none of us got that as
Yeah,
a top 10. I don't think anyone in the chat got that either.
Yeah, did anyone in chat?
We've
I've
learned
lost
about
a lot of
self-love.
money in therapy.
It
Yeah.
would have
I don't
been
need
very-
Google to help.
I got AI, Spanish, and Python too. It would have been funny if it was like how to talk to girls, but no, just AI. How can I learn English? Yeah. So there you go. It's well, either way, it's just an anecdote that points towards a loneliness epidemic, and maybe some of you are lying. You know,
for happiness, but also for health. The researchers found that while being educated, employed, wealthy, and physically active are all amongst the most life-extending factors, living with a partner is almost as beneficial in terms of longevity as exercise is. The research
I want my husband to hear that. Can you be like, fine, I don't have to go to gym. I'm living with you.
researchers found that regular visits with family or having someone to confide in appeared to lower mortality rates. A paper by Platt and Sterling argues that social isolation has led to an epidemic of despair that's driving down fertility rates worldwide. They pointed.
What do you guys think of that? Is there such a thing? Could it be?
Sure.
I love the humanities because that's what all you do in the humanities is you go, you know what this could be, and then that's it.
To a catastrophic rise in anxiety, depression, and obesity-related diseases that correspond with the rise of digital culture, where people are interacting with screens more than with each other.
But we're interacting with screens and each other. Look, but you know what? It's only me and Charles that actually have our faces.
Yeah, dicks.
Yeah, all of you just absolutely. You know what, Gray? That is Gray's face, though. Gray.
You know, some people need anonymity. So I want a white knight for Dorkus or Kitteh's biological son who needs his anonymity. Because it's a white knight.
Get it?
It blinks.
It blinks. Does it? Yes.
Yeah. That's awesome. My wife.
Hey, I'll
would
show my
love that.
face. Yeah, David. Yeah, so we're not contributing to the loneliness epidemic. You know what? I think next week we're going to do a matchmaking service for everybody.
My wife's favorite is the pink cheeks and the blinking.
Yeah, that's cute, and I like the hopping and blinking. And my actual name. Yeah. Look it up, boys. So basically, yeah.
Say are worse amongst teenage girls who are reporting high rates of depression and a desire to end it all.
Maybe they should choose the men and not the damn bear.
Yeah, which is why, guys, I'm so excited for tomorrow, whether I do a live stream or just cut up a shitty video. Don't choose the bear. Snow White will teach us all that we got to choose the prince. Okay,
What about the
It's
7
coming.
dwarves?
The 7 dwarves. They're just not. They're not
Wait,
complete.
what's wrong with the prince?
Nothing's wrong with the prince.
Doesn't have the apple.
No, he does. And he can sing.
Real takeaway from this video is to put down your phone and get out there in the world and interact with real people. If you can't do that, well, you should check out our sponsor, Ground News, so that you don't.
So that's a problem.
Ground.
Dual sponsored.
Yeah. So
So not only does he use a real world example in his sponsor, but then he wraps it back around.
Well,
They're getting
beautiful.
some mileage with that dude.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not
So
bottom lip.
just closing questions about this, right? Are we wired to have kids? Are there enough people wired to have kids? Or are we just wired to have sex, and that means we're going to land up having children anyway?
That one.
I think yes to the latter.
Mm.
I think a good portion of children are not planned for. So I would go with the latter. Pretty sure even the ones who are childless, who want to be childless,
It still happens.
I'm just saying, we're yes.
Mm.
Charles, thoughts?
I do think there's something to the fact that people don't need to leave their house to come anymore.
Mm.
Oh my.
I mean, genuinely.
You don't have to go.
They don't have
Well-
to go to come. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can do something like this and
I have to get that picture out.
beg your pardon. I told you not to share it.
I'll
It's bad timing there.
Sorry,
but,
no.
like to like socialize and
Mhm.
do things when I was younger. You had to leave the house and go experience society. And like this is a something of a cliche as of late,
Mm.
but kids don't play outside anymore.
Well, they can't.
Like when I was a kid, a lot of
Mm.
kids played outside. Trick or treating was a big deal. It's not anymore. And I live in a
Dude, sleepovers were a huge deal. Apparently that just
Very good
doesn't
point.
happen anymore.
yeah.
But
Well,
I
that's
don't know.
why-
My parents would often just leave me with random people who had kids. Like, it was weird.
Weird.
They would
weird.
they would often leave me with random people who had kids. Oh god, this is so hard to. Basically, what I'm looking for this picture of this fleshlight that was in a vending machine in Hong Kong. Everything is very sex forward in Hong Kong, so there's lots of sex. So I feel like the answer is what Gray said: is we're wired to have sex. So
America's
don't
pretty
worry,
prude.
we'll have children.
If I've learned anything from being in 3 other countries, America's
Lots
a
of-
little prude.
Lots of sex, and they'll pay me to have kids. Hello.
Hello.
Well, then.
No, but it's lots of sex with
Chinese.
objects. No, not Chinese.
Oh,
Just
Romanian?
with objects. Like I really need to go through these pictures, man. I've got
Like-
over 1,000.
like
Yeah.
Denmark, they fuck before they like date, which is wild. Like they want to
mean,
make sure that they're
Traditional
Visit-
handshakes.
they want to make sure they're physically compatible before they're audibly compatible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're audibly
I mean,
compatible.
There's something to that. I don't know. I'm not going to say it's right, but
Make sure the pieces
Yeah.
fit.
well, I mean,
There it is. Sorry, I'm just so excited.
I've definitely connected with somebody, but we could not connect physically. Like it
Oh.
just
Oh,
it did not work out. So I don't know. There is something to that. It's definitely a huge part, a percentage of
Okay.
a relationship. So I don't know, man. I kind of get it. I couldn't tell you which way is better. Huh.
Is that oh.
Mm,
Did you happen to pick that up? And do you need my
No.
address?
Is it
but
blue?
you can see it's like there's the last one left.
Hurry
There's
up.
nothing else left in this fucking
Limited
machine.
supply.
And guess this was in a center that
Why?
there was a lot of Pokemon cards there.
Why are they
and
showing a
you
big
gathered-
chested woman when it's just a mouth? What
Yeah,
does
but
her
it's
tits
her
have to do with
mouth.
their-
It's
but
her mouth.
What's wrong with
modeled on-
what?
So
Yeah.
there's two different colors shown. There's like the flesh tone, but there's also a blue in the middle. Is it a random color?
Maybe it's my flash. No, it's just. Yeah, they ran out of color here. What is this?
I think it's
what is
showing the
going on?
depth.
The
I don't
tonsil.
know.
Okay.
Reservoir?
This is very.
Jesus Christ.
Don't buy. You can't buy an Asian size flashlight.
That's
for
the
a
deluxe
man's-
edition. That one. That's where the swallowing goes.
Our
oh,
Garnic phone is going to be very
I'm
off
so
the
happy.
rails today.
That is why I got.
The drain
Oh.
system.
You think Paffy is
Wait,
saying it's
wait,
the
let's-
aquifer?
Hold on. I'm gonna actually copy this and put it into Google Translate.
What?
Oh,
Oh,
So that
what it
we
says?
understand what it's saying.
Big tits. Oh, 3D.
well, I could see something
3D.
one.
What is 3D? The face
Wild
mouth?
one? I believe it says wild one.
Hmm.
I drag images
something.
here or browse. No, I need to go
wild
to
one.
Google Translate.
Inspected. Hey, good news. This isn't a knockoff. It's been inspected by number, I can't tell.
Hold on, I need to. Well, it's been inspected. Are you guys doing it? Just hold on. I'm
Japan.
trying to copy, paste from clipboard. There we go. Allow.
See, I'm used to like getting candy out of machines like this.
The thing is too
Wait,
big.
So Darling
too
is
big.
pointing out that that's Japanese text, though. So
So it's in Hong
no,
Kong,
no.
but it's
Is this an
Japanese
import?
text. Yeah, I suppose it is, but the file's too big because yes, boys, I took this in HD, so I'm gonna have to.
The file's not the only thing too big.
So I'm gonna screenshot it
Meow.
and but no, I need to include that. Okay, just hold on. So paste from clipboard, translating. This is not gonna get you children, just so you guys know.
So
Well,
does
if
this
you-
count as a Google search of learning AI?
Oh, this is all I got. It just says 3D scanner. That's 3D scanner.
3D scanned that lovely lady there.
She's got a
There's-
deep face.
Oh, okay. So that's exactly what I said, guys. So I said, look, that because you were like, why the big-breasted woman? It's because it's her mouth. It's modeled on her mouth.
Yeah, but there's no tits. Why
Yeah,
are you
but you
showing
can
me something that
imagine-
is that
Well,
the,
But you
like?
can imagine-
sold separately, Charles.
Yeah. you
doesn't
fucking
like-
beat me to it, you shit.
Guys, look how many viewers there are suddenly. What happened? Did somebody retweet this? That's pretty funny. But yeah, that sort of thing was around a lot. Not so much like where the kids can see it, which is nice. But it was around Pokemon card areas.
I see
And-
Charles went with the black model of the thing that we were just looking at.
Oh yeah, where?
Well, yeah, it's more aerodynamic. I think it looks sleeker, but
It's even got consent written right on the thing. It says sure.
Ooh,
Jesus
interesting. Anyone else notice it seems to be easier to get married if you don't want kids, judging by the panel at least. And you know what? That's interesting, Cameron, because I thought when I was younger and I realized I didn't want children, I thought I would probably land up single because I didn't want them. And I would probably not be able to find a man who didn't want children because absolutely, I think most men that I met wanted children. When I was,
kind of
they
the
expected
same
children.
for me. I assumed that well, except for I couldn't find a man that didn't want children. It was a woman, but same thing. I don't know. I guess I envisioned myself living in like a trailer on the beach or something, kind of Riggs from Lethal Weapon type deal. But it didn't work out that way.
That says a lot about
Okay.
Yeah. What can I
Oh,
say?
I have more. Guys.
I have a
Yeah.
question. I have a question for Charles and Gray though.
it. What?
If you
I have a
two
question too.
What?
wanted kids, if you two really wanted kids,
I would invest in one of those.
but the girl you were into didn't, would you be willing to not have kids for the girl?
That's a good question. Charles,
Whoa!
I feel like you were answering and I spoke over you. Would you like to go first?
I'm gonna stop sharing so you guys can talk.
Yeah, you can't be showing us these items when we're talking about.
That's a hole. That's a hole. I took a photo of this. I didn't see this.
I thought it was
So
a partial,
glad-
but
I'm
fair
so
enough.
glad I didn't land up. Wow, I could have landed up showing this to my mother-in-law.
Kitteh's really having us question whether or
Repressed?
not she's a girl or not. I think with these pictures.
No.
she's-
To answer Dorcas's question, yeah, I don't think I could do that, man. Same reason why I don't think, just because a woman wants children, I'm gonna suddenly sire kids with her just to be with her. Yeah, that's right. I would sire some younglings. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see myself changing just for the person. So I'm assuming if it was reversed and I wanted kids and she didn't, that I would just not have them for her. I think that's why I found a partner that wanted the same thing as me. I think there's a lot of areas of the relationship that, you don't have to be spot on, but I think kind of
That's
the
a
future of
major-
if you want kids or not, I mean, that's a huge part.
That's a
Mhm.
major thing you have, and have that conversation before you've been together for like 6 months. Even
Mhm.
I've known some people that only they kind of thought the other person wanted children. They're like, oh, I thought it was just a given. It's like, no. You kind of have to discuss that. And now, given this discussion about coupling not happening as much, does this now come up? Dorkus, let's discuss. When do you have this discussion with a person, a love interest? Hey, I want children.
You put it on us. If the
Yeah.
woman said to you, like, I'm not going to have kids, would you be willing to accept that, or would that be a deal breaker for you?
It would be a deal breaker for me.
In the same way,
if
just
she,
opposite. It's
yeah.
what you want out of your life.
What
Guys,
if it was
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney though?
She's newly single, apparently. So
Oh,
shoot your shot.
I'm
now, John.
available, Sydney Sweeney. Call me. Have your people call my people. We'll see.
if
what we
only
can
for
do.
the story.
Before
But
we
to
go into
answer
gardening
Kitty's
culture,
question
yes,
about
mhm.
when to have the discussion, I imagine it would probably be after the dating phase, but freshly into the boyfriend-girlfriend phase, being like, these are
Really?
the values I have. This is what I would like. Yeah.
I think it would
Finishing
even
each
be in the
other's.
dating.
Sandwiches.
Sandwiches. No, but I would actually be in the dating phase. I would say to talk about that because you're not getting into a relationship if don't
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm convinced.
don't be
Yeah.
getting into a relationship because that's going to hurt. Not that you can
That's
really
true.
control these things, but yeah, why not
Yeah.
have that? Imagine you only find that out when she's your girlfriend.
Well, I
Right.
did
Like-
say early, but yeah, I'm
Mhm.
convinced dating
Yeah.
phases would be better
Mm.
than early relationship.
Mhm.
It can be subtle too. You'd be like pulling out, pro, against, and why?
How many abortions have you had? Oops. No. Okay, so here's another question before I also show us something about Sydney
Different kind of
Sweeney.
body count.
If humanity's birth
Jesus Christ.
rate keeps sliding, who picks up the slack? Tech, immigration, or
Elon
something
Musk.
wider? Yeah, Elon Musk. I think naturally it's like fluid dynamics, basically. It shit just happens. Yeah,
I don't like the way he says worms. So I'd have a real problem with the
How does he
society
say
thinks in
worms?
wo-
Does that like me? Worms, like me.
Lambs.
A little bit more funky.
Worms.
There's a little more.
Worms.
No, not like that.
Worms.
Worms. I don't know. I am become meme.
I don't know that it has to be any one of those as the answer. Like, why can't it be all of them? Like, technology gets better, so we're now allowing women to be able to get pregnant later by, like freezing the eggs and then doing in vitro. There are also like fertility treatments that have really progressed what we could do like even 10 years ago. So I don't know. I think technology plays a part in it, but yeah, if you don't have enough to support the actual population that you have, it seems like immigration would be a viable option. You'd want to do it right. But I think you could do it with kind of all of these steps. They could help alleviate some of the strain that's going to happen from not being able to replace that and having like 2 elderly people to every 1 person in the workforce. That doesn't seem quite sustainable, but I don't know. I'm really hoping that smarter minds than me can help come up with the solution, and they're not going to drastics of, let's eliminate a bunch of the old people.
Oh, but Gray, if you were making babies, you might create the next Einstein who. Oh, my son grew up into a man.
Best case scenario, it would be like an alcoholic, cancer-ridden Einstein that is hell-bent on destroying the world. I think I'm doing a favor.
So the next president.
Yeah. No. Okay, well, he's not an alcoholic. There's a new writing competition. Is anyone else participating? Writing competition in Sitchin Adams Discord. Is anyone else here participating? I have someone who I would suggest should participate.
Yeah, I didn't know that was happening. So I'm going to be looking into it, and I think Dorkus should too.
Yeah, creative writing. Go and check it out.
I'm not in their Discord though.
Well, then go and get in it. I'll send it to you.
There.
Okay, so one last thing that we can talk about is having kids an act of hope or a gamble in a world like ours?
I think when you have kids, you have tremendous hope that their life will be pretty good.
Charles calls it cope.
Have you ever read the book We Need to Talk About Kevin or seen the movie? Just
I want to.
What if you hate your kid? What if your kid turns out to be a monster?
What if
I think you are gambling?
You really are. I don't want that either. But that's not my main reasoning. But I swear to God, if I had a child that killed small animals, I'd be like, oh well, that's done.
The Babadook. It's another one where it makes you second guess parenting.
What?
The kids are shit.
What do you mean, Gemma? Gemma's the new. Oh, Theo's a little bit behind. Gemma's gonna be the next Einstein. She's gonna, or does she kill animals? Hold on.
Hopefully he's behind.
No, Gemma loves kitty cats, so she's fine. I love my Gem. Those are children that I approve of those ones because they are made by good people.
Oh, so it is eugenics.
It is eugenics. Yes. Hello. Look at him. Look at those two. I would say we need more of those. So we made some. Well, they made some.
More of those?
Yes.
What is happening right now?
More of these two people. I like a line from a game. Tell us, Sokarv. Genetic psychopaths are very rare. Oh, so you're very rare, Paffy. If you hate your kid,
America?
It's 99.999. Worse odds in the lottery. Okay, so I think it is a very hopeful endeavor. If you are going to go and do it, you must have hope and you must give it your best.
And recycle.
Yeah. And have short showers. I don't know about diapers.
Paper straws.
Paper straws.
To end
off,
that
concerned about the
future.
future.
Use straws. You don't need straws.
You don't need straws. No, straws are, yeah. Hold on. Just teach them to worship cats and everything will be fine. Where is it? I liked it. Can I go to my likes, please?
Will I like it?
Oh, you will. Okay. Because you guys were talking about Sydney Sweeney.
Nice.
Guys, I don't know. Would you have children with this person? Maybe you would.
She wouldn't look like herself anymore if
Sydney Sweeney as Velma.
I wasn't considering until
yes. Let's go.
She got bigger?
Oopsie. That's
have
more
a
her.
fondness for Velma. Why is she dressed like Shaggy though?
The AI just obviously was just like, no, Sydney Sweeney got you just in time. No, it was just that Sydney Sweeney as Velma. This made me think of Grey. That's why I saved
Wait,
it.
the chesticles get bigger during pregnancy, right?
Ooh,
Probably, yeah.
that's a good point.
Wow.
I
Pretty
would
sure
say.
that's a thing.
Holy
Fat,
smoke!
fat, fat. Yeah. Jeez, this is a little bit too juvenile looking, but over here, this is very developed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that the only thing that really changes is the lung capacity.
They look healthy.
Yeah, so is this a serious question? Yes, it is, Rex. Would you change your mind if she came to you and said, listen, yeah, okay, so that's the thing. That is what I'm saying. We are wired. Don't worry, the population will be fine because we are wired to have sex. And there are Andrews out there that can get a vasectomy and still make people pregnant. So I don't think we're going to die out. We're not going to be pandas. Boobies are the best. Boobies are the best during triggers.
I've been converted.
I want to say that I'd stick to my guns. I can't see wanting a kid. I love my wife. I believe she is the perfect partner if I ever were to have a kid. Even if I had the chance to partner up with Sydney Sweeney, I can't see wanting to have a kid. I just
be like,
I don't
wrap
think it
it
would
up.
change.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know.
It doesn't matter who it is. Yeah.
Look, she's clearly charismatic. She's clearly successful at what she does. She's talented.
You're
Clearly.
a fan of Velma?
Clearly. Wait, are we not talking about the actual Sydney Sweeney or just this
Velma.
AI? Velma.
Yeah, come on, man. Velma.
Velma.
Velma
Well,
over Daphne any day.
Vex, you made it in time for Gartic phone. So, closing remarks on having children. Have we covered everything? Do you guys think? I don't know. I don't know if we have. Maybe the video threw us off. No, but it's been too long. We just want to draw some boobs.
Fair enough. I don't know. I think it probably would have been better to get people who want to have kids to talk about that want, because all I know is I just don't think I'm a good fit for being a father. But I don't think anything would change that. I don't think I would suddenly miraculously become like a more responsible person. I think I can barely take care of myself, and I think I would be a bad influence, and I don't want my genes to pass on. So I don't know. I got to think I'm not doing justice to white knighting the other side. I don't know that I'm creating a steel man of the position, but more power to anybody who feels the want or need to be a parent. I hope you're a great parent. I see a lot of great parents out there.
What about my other non-child brethren here? What if, God forbid, things didn't work out with your significant other, and in your future relationship you met someone who already had a child?
Oh yeah, no problem with that. I think the main thing is we don't want to continue our genetics, but we have talked about adoption, and I think it would be totally an awesome thing. I think we might consider that in like a while, but even then we'd be old parents, so I don't know. That's always kind of a detriment to a kid. So we'll see. We both need to get up on our feet first.
I would say for where I'm at in my life right now, what I'm looking for, I would not want to be with someone who has a kid with someone else. I could see that changing in theory if I were 50 or something, and looking to get back into the dating game or after a divorce or something. I could see the situation changing. Right?
Kitteh, what about you?
I don't. I think it'd be okay, but because there would still be a bit of removal that it's not my child. It would mean that the mother should still be in the picture.
You're not my real mom and dad.
Yeah.
What if she died tragically, and they just want to replace her?
It's a lot of a job with it is a lot of a job with kids from friends and family, it makes it a lot easier. Can sometimes make you work harder and changes your mind on a lot of things. Look, I think it gives you so much. I do think that, well, what I've seen, I do agree with, it can bring the best out of people. And in most people, it does. Actually, we're lucky that in most people, it seems like you parent, you do the thing. That's what it's, at least with the people I know. But
100% of my experience says quite the opposite.
No, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking of a panel. Is anyone a parent on the panel? We had
Currently.
Charles here, but you know what? I also do. So, no,
Charles
we
used
can
to be a parent. Don't worry about it. Long story.
We can revisit this. I am wondering if anyone wants to come on and talk about it. But my final thought on I know I understand. Oh yeah, you're missing an entire facet, because we're not literally talking about being parents, because there's no parents here, right? And then the parent left, the one that is, and we didn't get to discuss the different. I need to maybe rewrite what the thing is. It's not having children. It actually is about choosing not to have children. But I didn't want to call it child-free, because that has connotations. But that is kind of what this discussion was about, is not having children. But I also think it's fine. It's kind of weird that I need to now justify myself all the time for not wanting children. Shouldn't it be quite a red flag that I don't want children? Why are you trying to convince me that I want children? It's weird. That I think maybe
I think it would be a red flag. But just like to you, if somebody said, like the only way I will date you is if, we have kids, like that would be a red flag to you, right? So it's just, again, that matter of, what you want out of your life, what your values are.
No, I'm saying like a red flag is in like me as a woman, the people in chat, anyone that's there that goes, oh, but why don't you want a woman? Like Sokov why don't you want children? Hey, that was a Freudian slip, because it's, I do consider myself
but why don't you want a woman?
I don't want a woman. I do think sometimes I do go, oh geez, there is something wrong with me, because I just don't have this need for a child. I just don't. Like I've seen it in women. I've seen it in them. They're so desperate to have children, and they love their children to death, and all of it. And I don't have that. So I'm like, I'm some type of psychopath over here. But that doesn't mean I'm going to now go and have children to try and fix myself. That's not what's going to happen.
I can't compete for attention, so it's not happening.
Yeah, it's just me. You're my eldest daughter. Exactly. Theo's my dad.
I don't know.
I'll tell Gordon you're okay with the other kid. She'll bake it. No.
I suppose it would be a weird society if it was like, but why would you want to have a kid? Like, I don't know, where like the default is just like, why would you want So I think it makes for a healthier civilization where,
you're so
humans
right.
will continue.
Yeah, I think that's actually, I like that. I wish you had said it. I wish you had brought it up earlier, and then we had spoken about it earlier. So maybe we could have we could actually go over a debate. There's the child-free.
Could it be considered a luxury to be having this conversation, like places that are like just fucking dirt poor, and conversations like, I'm going to have a kid. Why would you do that? Like,
I like to think of them as dirt rich.
Yeah, like nations that are just absolutely in poverty.
You need those kids to work on the farms.
I mean, how else do we get chocolate?
Lucy says, I didn't really want kids either, but I guess God had other plans. Sometimes you're just thrust into things and forced to evolve.
You had God's baby?
God thrust.
No. Oh, stop it. This is Lucy. Look how cute her picture is. Who drew that, Lucy? Did you draw that? Oh, my God. Okay, love, you're going to try sleep in this jail. Love you, Theo. Sleep tight. Yeah.
Sorry,
poor people have way more rich than poor people have way more kids than rich people. Yeah. Well, it seems like everybody's having fewer children. That's what that whole video was about. That if a whole bunch of people are having fewer children, so we should feel even worse about not having children. because we could change the world. What? Lucy is actually a virgin.
Literally
Her son
Mary.
is a yeah. Lucy virgin bug. Yeah. Okay. So I will change the title of this thing to not having children. But I don't want it to be child free because it's child free has got connotations of I don't like children.
And they don't cost anything.
When we discussed this, we were going to have Dorkus, BMO, and Foxrew. Well, Foxrew is the only one who
For the whole
has
time.
kids. Dorkus and BMO seem to be very pro having kids. So it was supposed to be kind of, a meeting of
Focus
minds.
on.
But yeah, it did slowly get people dropping out.
It was enjoying. It's a nice, pleasant surprise to be on the team.
The winning, not the winning, the majority. That's actually quite interesting.
Usually, I'm in the 1 versus 6 or whatever. It was interesting to be in the 4 versus 1 portion.
Yeah.
Not less work.
Episode 93. Fuck them kids.
I think we could probably workshop that name a bit, but I like the idea.
I don't know. I geez, Gray, you really got me with that. I hate that I have to justify myself, but it's like, but would you want to be in a society where people were like, why would you have kids? I suppose I want acceptance, okay? I want tolerance. I want normalize not having children. Actually, don't normalize not having children. That's not it.
It shouldn't be that.
Normalize it as a choice. That's all I wanted. And it's happened in my lifetime. And I didn't realize how quickly it was going to take effect because I did not think I was going to, I would have as many friends without children as I do now. But I have lots of friends with children too. So there's that. Live and let live. Easy. Exactly. Everybody's going to have, people are going to get pregnant. So it's fine. But them kids, they're all going to suffer.
Like a party.
I'm sorry.
Semi-connected. Did everyone here watch The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel?
What?
I fell off on it. I need to catch up, but first season for sure.
We can't really get into the moral of the story, but the last season and particularly the last episode, the topic of children and loneliness comes up, and that could make for an interesting tangent on this topic, but we can
also
children and loneliness. Oh, children and loneliness. Oh yeah, one of the justifications is who's going to look after you when you're older, which which relates back to CPAFI's question. It's like, whoa, you had the children.
From my experience with my grandparents, I don't think I'll be cognizant to understand if anybody is there or recognize anybody who is taking care of me. So I think it's a moot point. But
I won't spoil the end of Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, but I'll just say you see from the earlier seasons how goes after her career almost single-mindedly at the expense of family frequently.
Stand-up comedy.
Yes.
What? You went for stand-up comedy?
Are you searching The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel?
I know that she's a comedian.
She is one of the first females. She's bucking the trend, and it's pretty awesome, man. It's worth seeing.
Being alone in the end is impressive.
It's a good series. Yeah. I enjoyed it quite a lot.
Well, this
Even
is the thing, Lucy. The conceptualization of family has also changed. So, like Charles was talking about it earlier on when he was talking about what his ideas about having children is like. It seems like you can still have the experience of family with other people.
I have family in Denmark.
Yeah,
family is what you make it.
I
hate I said that.
Oh, I'm gonna put a marker. Family is what you made it. Friendship is magic as well.
Oh,
why don't people just not
doing? I thought we were doing Vin Diesel marks. Like anytime Charles quotes him, it's some kind like it's all about family. I am Groot. Whatever.
There you go. Don't have kids, don't have a spouse either, actually, and don't have friends. Die alone, be a man. Exactly.
I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
Ooh.
That would be another Tolly.
Mhm. Okay, I'm gonna have to use my mouse. God damn it. That's like one of my
Yeah, me
most
too.
important sounds.
Sucks
What?
to suck.
Family is what you make it. Live, laugh, love. Okay. Sorry. Monks and nuns are right there. Why don't people just not have sex? Yeah.
Life's a bitch, and then you die, so smoke and get high.
Mm,
Hmm.
You never know where you're gonna go.
my
Is that
dad had
Your dad had?
what my dad had me say wouldn't have to be alone. Taken too far, it can be pretty messed up. Oh my god, relax. We all live our lives a quarter mile at a time, or really any unit of measurement.
Deep.
I'm biased,
Pretty
obviously,
deep.
but growing the bones yourself makes the family bond seem a little stronger. Yeah, the craziness of this person was in you. That's insane. That blows my mind.
Growing
So
the bones.
yeah, growing the bones, as in literally you grew that person. And that's part of why people will argue about you need to have the experience of children. It's so fulfilling because of those sort of things, and you're missing out and all of that. And it's like I'm missing out on. I've decided to miss out on that.
I don't like being constipated for too long. So months of that. No.
We're only going to get through one round. I'm sure you. They're very, very good. Very good there, Chris. Is everyone in? I suppose we've got Darling and Paffy. What? Wait. Where is? Oh, Dorkus is there. Sorry, I was like, wow, Dorkus has his own name. That's interesting.
Do you want me to change it?
No.
Okay.
Why isn't
I'll
Lucy
apologize.
in the lobby?
Yeah,
Lucy,
Lucy, get in the
is
lobby.
your
Yeah,
aunt?
Lucy.
He's in the lobby.
Get your bone creating ass in there.
Yeah. Your divine motherly soul in there. I can't play today.
No.
Likely story.
I'm gonna
Okay,
apologize to Charles in advance for my
Oh.
thing.
Well, you can. Oh, did Lucy tell me that she? Oh, I made it myself. Okay, there she did. Such a pretty picture. Bone growing ass is pretty good.
Oh, come on.
How am I supposed to draw this? This is tough.
This isn't tough at all. Having the context does help, because this doesn't. It's not a likeness. I wouldn't say it's a likeness. Oh no, that's the skeleton. I made the baby myself. The pic is a random find online. Oh. Okay, I get it, Lucy. Sorry. Thanks, I grew her myself. I really was thinking of that with the being on holiday with the kids. Like, I would be sitting next to their mom and I'd be like, yeah, you grew those and they're crying right now. They were kicking you and now they're kicking their chairs. And that was profound and amazing, and yet I still don't want to partake in it. So it's just weird. Oh wait. Oh God, I'm so behind.
Don't worry, you still got a quarter of your time remaining. You got this.
Just make it through. My mouse. This is why I don't play PC games. Look at this mouse.
I did my
control.
best. I'm sorry. Yeah.
A lot of apologizing, Dorkus.
Never.
Oh, what?
After they are Earthside, you have to make them functioning members of society. Yeah. What? Oh no! No! This is horrible. Who did this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Thanks, Rick.
What the hell?
Okay, I think this is somebody interpreting something. Woohoo! Wait, that's not gonna work.
That's about a fifth of your time. You got
Christ.
some time left.
Oh, I'm so sorry you guys don't have BMO to watch drawing.
Yeah, I mean, we missed the guy, but I guess we get it.
Interestingly enough, he is out due to a leg injury as well. He did have a leg injury earlier, that's all. There you go. Yeah.
That's about half of your time, so yeah, you got a little bit of time left, but you should be hurrying.
I don't know if this is... No, I hate this all. But anyway. Oops.
Oh, I'm such a...
Okay. Oh, that doesn't look good.
You got about a quarter of your time left.
Oh, geez, that doesn't look good. Oh. Taller. Taller. Taller.
I tried. Okay, it's not terrible.
You see? This is the... Do you want me to say
What?
I tried? I tried with a child? Okay. What? Great, take your time. Great, also counting time.
Almost
Take your time.
there.
It's almost done.
There's a snowfall warning. Wow. I really enjoyed having springish winter
Oh.
during the thing. What? Hey, that's somebody's probably drawing Gordine.
Gordine.
Gordine. Gordon made an appearance yesterday. His little face came through. Okay, it doesn't have a little face, but do.
About a quarter of your time.
No.
I'll get moving faster.
Alright. Ooh. That's unfortunate. Okay. Everything here is unfortunate, honestly. But,
Everything is.
you know, have hope. Yay. I hate this. I hate this. Why are we playing this?
I know, right?
Oh, and I have to save all of them because BMO's not here.
I hate whoever started this.
What, like bringing in...
You'll see.
Nail lore? What do you hate, sir?
You'll see.
Oh.
Well, Intuit QuickBooks is not a sponsor, just so you guys know.
Oh.
Okay.
Good luck.
Voiceover. Let's go.
Sally reveals to Sammy she is pregnant.
It's yours.
He
It's so
seems worried.
brilliant. Oh my god, Charles is so brilliant.
Sally tells Sammy he's the father.
He's shaking. You're the father. Oh.
Sally tells Sammy she's pregnant.
Snail. What snail?
Free
plus-
snail.
Which one
Not
is
good at
Sally?
Congratulations. It's lore now.
They have what's their child gonna be called? Samuel?
Ellie and
No, not
Joel
Sam-
being
I
a
don't know.
family.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, that's
I
good,
ran out of
Dorkus.
time.
Oh.
Beardo man lusting after ukulele.
Awooga!
Bearded Baldy see his brown dream acts.
Brown dream. Oh, because this is more.
That's musician talk for. Yep. Literal axe.
There we go.
Yay, axe.
Definitely kept all the way. through.
Charles has two very large flotation devices.
Sir, it. Whoa!
That is so cute.
That is cute. Thank you, darling.
Charles using his floaties.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like that I have nipples in all of these.
I like that they're orange. Look. I mean, I suppose that's a normal color for.
Charles puts on his floaties to go for a swim.
Watch this. Keeping up with the nipple tradition.
Swim time.
And of course, my
I
pants
think it
match my
worked.
hat.
Yeah.
Look, that could have gone so much worse. So glad.
And no tits, no lung capacity.
I love that you're in motion. You got a good one.
I'm gonna get to that pool real quick.
Foxrew during his disco period.
Oh.
Huh.
Oh no.
I'm curious how this gets to what I did.
No.
I think Paffy did an
This is
amazing
good.
job on that one.
That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Oh no.
Disco Foxrew finding a lady on the dance floor.
What? Where? Gray.
I'm
Hey,
assuming
where's
he's
your
doing
lady?
that strutting for the ladies. I mean, maybe he's strutting for himself. I tried to read his mind here.
So
That's contrived.
heteronormative.
It's really contrived. I don't see a lady at all. Oh no. No.
Foxrew calling a musical child too.
No.
I can see the musical child there. She's small, and there's a music note. I get it.
It doesn't sound good. Hey, Toots. My bad. My bad.
I made her taller. I made her taller.
Sally Snail adult toy.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
Oh no.
Sammy Snail 3D scan to make a fleshlight.
All right, that is the classier way of doing that.
Sammy the Snail toy and Japanese vending
Hey.
machine 69 yen.
Yeah, yen. That's what the 69 is for.
Ah, darling made it wholesome.
I like that we all had vending machine in there, even though it wasn't. The vending machine wasn't a part of the first thing.
Sydney Sweeney begging Charles to give her a baby.
Oh, is that what S?
How does that go to?
Oh.
Big titted Nazi Velma wants Charles' baby.
I mean, it kind of works.
SS. I thought.
I mean, that's very literal.
Whoops.
Nazi child protecting agent came for C-pose baby.
Oh, and I thought I would have the worst one.
What happens when you shorten Sydney Sweeney to SS?
I really, guys, I thought you really would have picked it up with the boob.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at
Oh,
that. Oddly enough, I wasn't looking at
What
that.
about the Shaggy outfit? Come on, Charles, we addressed it.
I mean, you guys picked up on. You guys put the vending machine in, so you clearly understand context. Episode should be cut. Big enough.
I had depth
You know,
in my.
You've got an
put that
advertising mind, Rex.
Yeah. He's got it. You know what? I'll put that as a hashtag. We'll increase discoverability by 100%. So, anyway, that was great. I really appreciate that. Let's keep the music
ducks
down.
are
Yes,
fed.
the ducks are fed. I am speaking a little bit softly because it's bedtime. Look out for. Well, we're saying goodbye now. In case you haven't noticed, look out for. I'll go first because I decided. Look out for Snow White things tomorrow.
Yay.
Charles.
Show business might be back before the next time we see you.
Yay.
I might be doing a marathon, a fundraising marathon, because I can't leave this country while in medical debt.
Marathon?
Otherwise, you'll be a fugitive.
Well, yeah, they won't let me back in. So I can't legally work. So I can catch 22.
An unfortunate situation.
So I don't know when that'll happen, but soon.
Let us know. Keep us informed. Obviously,
Yeah.
that means put your notifications on.
Well, we're hoping you'll community tab it as well.
Mhm.
I'll be live for like a day straight, it seems.
Hell yeah.
24-hour stream, go.
Dorkus?
So that I can live. No One Asked You podcast continues apace, always working on things and stuff.
Great.
Hell yeah. So yeah, as the aforementioned Charles aforementioned. Yeah. Anyway, show business maybe that would be awesome. If not, there is a new show that's coming about next month, so stay tuned. But things eventually.
Woo, things.
But yeah, focus on Charles's marathon for right now. Why not? Help the little fella out.
Well, guys, thank you for the think. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm fragmented now. I'm done. It's been too long. I don't know how we ever.
Just with
Why do
jet
we do
lag.
this? Why have we done this? No, listen. I arrived here actually. Last week I was arriving home at this time, so I mean I should be done by now. But anyway, my brain just said, "Cheers, we're done." I answered Darling's question. Tell your time, I can calculate mine. It's 12 o'clock here. 12 o'clock midnight here. So
You're 4 in front of me. Good.
yeah. So let us let's do that. If I can find it.
Indeed. Charles. I see those gang signs.